Hey guys, Sly here, and before we get into this video, I just want to let you guys know that this is a re-upload that I did back in August of 2022, where I actually did a bunch of re-rankings of several of the tier lists that I've done in the past. So this will be a re-ranking of the modern bands, Cartoon Network, Nickelodeon, Call of Duty games, Battlefield games, Halo games, and yeah, so this is going to be a bit more up to date. Granted, there are still changes compared to how they are now, but this is definitely a bit more aged well in comparison to some of my older streams. And so do keep that in mind. And I even did several redos of some of these tier lists as well. So do keep that in mind as well. If you want my definitive up-to-date versions of all of these tierings, feel free to check out the DeviantArt link down below, where I have a specific thing posted for each of these lists that I constantly update however I feel with them. So do keep that in mind. Also, I recommend you guys listen to this in a podcast form because this is a bit of a long stream. So either way, I hope you guys are understanding of that, and I hope you guys at least enjoy. Hey guys, Sly here, and welcome back to yet another Sly Army tier list. But we're actually going to be doing something a little bit different this time around, because as you can see, I don't already have the list in front of me. You're probably asking yourselves, why is that the case? Well, let's just say that there's been quite a few changes to several of my opinions from previous tier lists that we've done in the past, and as a result, I've decided that for the first time on Sly the Emo Emperor, Sly the Warrior, whatever the one you call it, my channel now, history, we're going to be going back through, okay, well technically this isn't actually the first time we did that with a new metal tier list, but in terms of like the first time, in terms of like our documented episodes, we're going to be going back on several of our tier lists, and we're going to make sure that we update them to what we personally feel from like now, probably for the rest of time, for all we care. So I'm pretty excited about that because this pretty much allows me to go and just sort of reassess myself, for lack of a better term, because at the end of the day, we're all human and we all change. And I kind of want to use this as a comparison to exactly what I have changed in terms of how I felt, in terms of, whether it be whatever type of game I've liked, or whatever, music I've liked, or whatever show, whatever. Because at the end of the day, yeah, no, these take a long time for me to do, and I really don't want them to go to waste, so if I have to keep redoing these over and over again, I will. But regardless of just all of that, though, I hope you guys are still at least enjoying the series, because we are on our 21st episode, which is something I completely forgot about. So, yeah, last episode was our 20th, so... But regardless, though, there's obviously going to be more lists to come. We still have that Disney Channel tier list that we have planned, and that will be coming out hopefully real soon. And we've also got a bunch of other planned tier lists that I'm super excited about, and I hope you guys will appreciate them, because honestly, this is a series that I like, and I like doing these because... yes, I know the tier list trend is basically dead, like in the water for a lot of people. But I just like talking about the stuff that I like, and even just and also just being as thorough as I can when it comes to different, either games or like bands or even shows that people may not otherwise cover. We're covering it here, so it allows me to have that opportunity to do that, and that makes me feel good. So now, that being said, we're not going to be going through all of our tier lists tonight, otherwise that would take probably like 3 days. So we're only going to be selecting a few that I've personally felt like that I definitely do want to update. And so I've pretty much decided that tonight we're going to be updating the Cartoon Network tier list, the Nickelodeon tier list, the Call of Duty tier list, or the games, the Battlefield tier list, the Total War tier list, the Zombies map tier list, and then as you can see right there, we actually have an updated Modern Bands tier list. So yeah, 2022 edition. This is the first one that we did back in 2020, and I added some stipulations to that, but we'll get to that when we get to it. But regardless, though, we got a lot to cover. So at this point, I feel like I'm just gonna jump right in. I know typically I would give context to everything, but if you want more context for exactly how I ranked these, go watch our previous tier lists on all of these. Or at least just the first like 10-20 minutes of each of them, so that you get caught up on exactly what the rules are. Though I did change it a little bit with Cartoon Network, but again, we'll get to that when we get to it. Right now, I kind of want to go in and just redo the gaming tier, like the gaming franchises tier lists first, and then we'll mess with the animated shows tier lists, and then we'll do the modern bands. So here we go. So yeah, we're gonna start off with Total War, Battlefield. We're not gonna do Halo because my opinions haven't changed on Halo. And then actually not Total War. We're not, never mind, because my opinions haven't really changed on this one either. So we're just gonna be doing we'll just do Battlefield. And then we'll do Call of Duty, and then we'll do the maps. So yeah. All right, so although this one's probably going to be really quick, I mean, okay, so in terms of just all of these, this is how I formatted it the last time. These are exactly my rankings whenever I first did this tier list back in, I think it was late February of last year. So not really too much different, if I am going to be honest. Though I think the one major change is that I am going to put Battlefield 3 over here, because the more and more I try playing that game, it's still a good game, but the more and more I try going through it with that stupid battle log system, the more annoying it just gets for me personally. And so as a result, yeah, I can't really play it that much. So Battlefield 2 is still my favorite, along with Battlefield 4. Yes, I still like 1942 and 2142. That's fine. I've been growing on Bad Company too. Campaign's still mad to me, but overall, I would say that I've enjoyed the multiplayer a little bit more, especially actually recently, because I actually have been playing a lot of Bad Company 2 multiplayer recently, and I've been having a lot of fun. So actually, you know what? I think it'd be more fair if we put Bad Company 2 in A tier. So because I think I just like it just a little bit more than Battlefield 3, or at least nowadays in comparison to Battlefield 3, because at the very least, Bad Company 2 doesn't have that stupid battle log system, because that's what ruins Battlefield 3, at least on PC, for me at least. So as for everything else, I mean, yeah, that's pretty much how I feel. Though, as you can see, we also have an update. So, and that's what I wanted to also do with these, is basically say that I've updated these tier lists. And if you want to have all these tier lists that I'm going to be ranking, they will be in my Discord channel. I will be posting all of these updated tier lists in a separate channel so that you guys can click on it. But yeah, no, I played 2042. And god damn, I can't believe I made a horrible calculation, because I don't know if you guys remember this, but I was extremely optimistic when it came to the release of the new Battlefield game, because that's why I made this tier list, is that I wanted to basically build up hype for the next Battlefield game. And the next Battlefield game ended up being 2042. And to be fair, in terms of the marketing actually was pretty good for this game. There was a lot of hype, especially around E3. And, considering that they took 3 years to make this game as opposed to the 1 or 2 years that DICE typically does. Hell, they even just completely just stopped working on the Star Wars Battlefront games in favor of them working on this so that they can take more time. And where the development went, I have no idea because I didn't buy this game. I played it during like a free multiplayer weekend back in, I think it was January. So I kind of played it on an off month, right? But even with that in mind, I have to put this in F tier. And as a matter of fact, I think that just because of what it represents is why it's probably the worst Battlefield that's ever been released. It might even be one of the worst games I ever played of last year. It's that bad. Everything that people have said about how bad this game is true. And the glitches, the fact that like it tries to be a hero shooter, but it doesn't fit with what Battlefield is meant to be, which is not a hardcore milsim, because that's more in like veins of like games like Squad or like Arma or something like that, like a more tactical shooter. This is an arcade shooter, but it just does not work with the mechanics that they already have put in a Battlefield game. Not to mention the constant breaking of the freaking vehicle spam and just how, annoying some of the vehicles are, including the hovercrafts. And that stupid game mode that tries to be a ripoff of like Escape from Tarkov, and it just wasn't fun. Like the only saving thing that the only thing that this game has going for it is the portal mode, and even then they fucked it up because you can't rank up in that mode anymore because everyone was just playing that, and so the mode is pointless. And so because of all of that, I have to put this game in F tier. Now, that being said, it's probably objectively not the worst Battlefield game, at least in terms of like, features and all that stuff. As a matter of fact, I personally really don't like 1943. I think it's just a shell of a game. But what it represents is why I'm putting it in F tier. It's just a bad game. It's just a bad game. Like, the moment that I knew this was a garbage game is whenever I saw a flying tank that decided to just go at a horizontal angle, spinning 90 degrees around in a very slow manner across the deserts of an Egyptian map that just so happened to also have some sort of agriculture going on the other side because of a stupid wall. And that's pretty much a sum up of Battlefield 2042. And ever since that day, a part of me felt like, a part of me knew that Battlefield would no longer make a good game. Because as you can see, all the games from 2015 onwards have at least a C tier. And that forever just puts a big wound in my heart. Because I love Battlefield multiplayer. But after seeing that, there's no way of going back. Okay, I know I'm being over dramatic, but at the same time, it's like it's bad. Don't buy the game. It's dog shit. It's genuinely one of the worst games of last year, and for good reason. And there's probably never, like, again, I try to be optimistic. Hell, I tried being optimistic last year because of this tier list. But like, I was too foolish. They're never gonna make a good Battlefield game ever again. And that makes me sad. Because look at the legacy that they have with 1942, Battlefield 2, Battlefield 4. Yeah, this game launched pretty awful too, but at least the core still worked. And that there were still cool moments that you can still have in that game. You can't have that in 2042 because of the way that the game is designed. So like I said, they designed it to be more of a hero shooter hybrid game. And that does not work with Battlefield. I don't understand why DICE doesn't get that, but whatever. I'm taking too long on this Battlefield point, but you get the point that I'm trying to make, is that this game sucks. Don't buy it. And like, unless if it goes on like 90% off or more, don't buy it. It's not worth it. It's not even worth $70 on the next gen systems. Don't buy it. So bad, horrible game. So yeah, that's the Battlefield update. Let's do the Call of Duty update. Excuse me. Oh my god. So yes, I know I haven't played Call of Duty for stream in a long time. Again, that's mostly just because I'm making sure Activision Blizzard's on check, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to talk about Call of Duty, because it's a franchise that I've known ever since I was a kid. As a matter of fact, I've known about it even longer than Call of Duty 4 even came out. Yeah, that's how long I've known it. Yes, my guardians were not responsible, but that's besides the point. Point is that it's a franchise that, while yes, I acknowledge that a lot of it was a cash grab, and that, you know, there really should not be a yearly release. That is something I still stand by. Like, and I will continue to stand by, which thankfully they're not going to have another game next year. Thank you, Microsoft. I swear, if you give this franchise a break, it needs it. But it's still a franchise that, like, it's not a complete horseshit franchise like some people will make it out to be, because at the very least with this franchise, like, at least with Call of Duty, they, like, unlike most other annual releases, they at least try to shake things up. Because it's not like Madden, where it's literally the same game every fucking year. And it's not like Assassin's Creed, where it's just, you know, every so often they change things up. But then they just kind of do the same thing every, like, you know, for like a good 3-4 years. They don't do that with Call of Duty. Like, every other game, if not, you know, sometimes even, like, you know, a series of games can feel completely different from each other. Like Infinite Warfare, World War II, Black Ops 4, and the 2019 Modern Warfare, they all feel completely different from each other in terms of its gameplay and just the mechanics that surround the gameplay. So, and it's because of the fact that it's made by multiple studios. So that helps. But that being said, in terms of my opinions on this, which, by the way, these aren't the exact placements of all the games. I just put them, like, in the same tiers that I did before. I just wanted to get this going. But yeah, no, like, in terms of at least, like, how I personally feel, there's been some changes. So I think Black Ops 1 is still my personal favorite Call of Duty game. However, I'd say World at War is my second favorite. I've really grown to appreciate World at War for a multitude of reasons. Like, number one, obviously the campaign is still pretty good. Black Ops 1 is obviously better, but in terms of, like, you know, a Call of Duty game, it's actually pretty good. And not only that, but also it has more, I think, more overall more features than Call of Duty 4 does. Yes, I know the multiplayer is basically just World War II skinned Call of Duty 4, which I know some people are like, oh, you just hypocritical. Hear me out. Zombies is something that, like, I still really like. And I know people are going to hate me when I talk about this, because I know there's a subsect of people who are like, oh, that shouldn't count for the game. Hear me out. The mods for this game is something that I take, like, people only take for granted, because that's what really makes this game, like, even better compared to Call of Duty 4. Because don't get me wrong, Call of Duty 4 is still a really solid game. However, it's starting to show its age, at least a little bit, compared to World at War. Because with World at War, I think I think the opposite has really just happened when it came to its initial consensus, because people hated on World at War when it came out, because like people were just sick and tired of the World War II setting for a lot of games, because throughout most of the 2000s that was just a common trend, and by 2008 everyone was done with it, and so everyone praised Call of Duty 4, not so much World at War. However, in recent years, I've kind of seen that, idea flip, where I've seen a lot more people appreciate World at War more than Call of Duty 4. Generally speaking, there's still some nerds who hate World at War, and those people, But honestly, if I were to get someone introduced into a Call of Duty game, like I would choose World at War or Black Ops 1 as a really good start. So, because I'd say I'd probably choose World at War over Black Ops 1, specifically on PC. You can get all the content without having to spend a single dime. For the DLC. You can just buy the game, for $10 on a good sale, and that's basically it. Like that's all you need to do. You have everything in the game. So solid game. And honestly, I think it's grown to be my second favorite Call of Duty game. So I still prefer Black Ops 1 overall, even though it's not as moddable, but World at War just cranks it up. Now as for some of these other placements, I think I put Black Ops 2 right here. I still really like Call of Duty 2, probably because that was like the one of the earliest games I played, so I hold that one a little bit to me. Modern Warfare 3 is still okay. You know what? Okay, that's staying. I think. Ooh, okay. Hold on. Actually, you know what? Hot take. I'm gonna swap Call of Duty 4 and Black Ops 2. Because if you know anything about me, when it comes to zombies, you'll know exactly why. Well, there's only one bad thing about Black Ops 2, and I'll get to that. Okay, maybe two things, but I'll get to that when we talk about the next tier list. But I feel like Modern Warfare 3 and Call of Duty 4 are neck and neck. That's a bit of a hot take, but that's honestly how I feel. Because whenever I played through the campaign earlier this year, I was genuinely surprised with how much I liked it. Like, as a matter of fact, I'd say Modern Warfare 3 has my favorite campaign out of Infinity Ward. Like, that's a bit of a hot take, but that's how much I liked the Modern Warfare 3 campaign. So, even though I admit I know it's not as long as Modern Warfare 2, I just think that overall I like the locales more. I like how it's more polished than Modern Warfare 2, and just overall it's just a better package. So that's just me though. That being said, World War II. Yeah, I know a lot of people. Yeah, I think I gave this game a little bit too much credit. So I am going to put this down at a B tier, but I'm still going to put it as a high B because I still stand by the fact that it's not as bad as people make it out to be. It's just not. The fact that people consider this to be the worst Call of Duty of all time still is kind of insulting, because it's like, dude, where the fuck were you when you played Ghost or Advanced Warfare or fucking the Black Ops 3 campaign? Because the only reason why Black Ops 3 is not an F tier is because of Zombies. If Zombies wasn't as good as it was, I would put that shit in F tier. I hate Black Ops 3. So, or at least outside of Zombies, which is still a big part of Black Ops 3. So, yeah. Now, with that in mind, though, I've been thinking about this as well, And I think I also I think I gave Infinite Warfare a little bit too much credit as well. So I am going to put this down in a C tier. Um, it's not a bad game. As a matter of fact, its campaign is still surprisingly pretty good. And I do like a few of the zombies maps, but I think there's more things I don't like about the game than I do. I'm not one of those people who hates this game either. But yeah, no, I don't think that it's that great. Um, at least looking back at it. So, as for yeah, I think that feels good because again, I'm ranking these as if like what would I rather play? Because yeah, I'd rather play Black Ops 1 than World of War and then BO2 then Call of Duty 4 and then 3 then 2. Um I think I barely like playing Modern Warfare 2019 over Big Red 1. Um what else? And then I guess I'd rather play Modern Warfare 2 over Finest Hour. Yes, Finest Hour was technically my first Call of Duty game, but the thing is that it's it's really aged badly. That's the thing. And also there's some areas that are just bullshittingly hard. So, though I think I'd rather play Cold War honestly, because Zombies was pretty good for the most part in Cold War, and the campaign was good, but the multiplayer was just ass. So that's the problem with the Cold War. I think I'd rather play. Yeah, that feels better. And then yeah, I'd rather play United Offensive. And then yeah, honestly, I can flip-flop between both of these any day of the week because I don't like multiplayer. I don't like Ghost multiplayer. I think it's garbage. And the campaign sucks. The only thing that it has going for it is Extinction, but even then, it's not my favorite game mode. And then Black Ops 4, where it's like I don't really like its multiplayer, and I don't care for Blackout. And even the zombies I don't care for. So, well, okay, you can have fun moments in multiplayer. And there are some zombie maps that are okay. So I think I'd rather play Black Ops 4 over Ghosts. That's not saying much. So, as for this though, actually that's pretty accurate right there. Honestly, I've really grown to just hate Advanced Warfare. I think that game is just garbage. Like, I genuinely don't like that game. It's just bad. But as bad as Vanguard? Because you guys remember, I streamed Vanguard on April Fools because they had that free like weekend, and yeah, no, it's bad. It's bad. It's F tier. But okay, this might be a hot take. I would slightly rather play Vanguard, but again, you have to realize that like it's only because of the setting and the fact that there's no stupid jump packs. I can't stand Advanced Warfare's multiplayer, and I genuinely hate the zombies mode in that game. Also, even if the campaign was good, it's hard to go back to because of a certain main antagonist who's played by a sex offender, to say the least. So at the end of the day, I don't want to touch that game. So don't even ask me to either. I will literally just block you. Fuck Advanced Warfare. It's bad. So, but in terms of Vanguard, it's just a it's just a soulless game. Like it just feels like a big giant blob of just meh, you know? Like like, granted, this is only going off of multiplayer. This is not going off of campaign or even the zombies mode. As a matter of fact, I'm just gonna flat out say right now, I have not played any of the zombies maps on Vanguard, so keep that in mind. But like, even just going off of multiplayer, it just feels like just a shitty version of Modern Warfare's multiplayer. And that sucks. Okay, you know what? Honestly, I think I can flip-flop between Modern Warfare and World War II. I know that's a very contentious point, but you also have to keep in mind that, honestly, those are just the objective best, Call of Duty games or at least in my opinion, those are just flat out the best Call of Duty games of the last gen. Like, because Ghosts sucked. Advanced Warfare was worse. Black Ops 3's only saving grace was zombies. Because you also have to keep in mind with the entire package. If zombies was not a thing on Black Ops 3, it would be F tier. It would be one of my least favorite Call of Duty games. Like, maybe even worse than Advanced Warfare, and that's saying a lot. Because I hate Advanced Warfare. And then, yeah, Infinite Warfare, and then Black Ops 4 just wasn't fun. So, in my opinion, those are the best of the 8th gen. Though, again, it really just depends. And also just depends on what we're talking about. Because if we're talking about campaign, Modern Warfare easily has the better campaign. In terms of the secondary game mode, though, I think I'd rather play World War II with zombies as opposed to Spec Ops. But then, both of the multiplayers have their pros and cons. Like, it really just depends on, like, the day that you ask me. Like, sometimes I like World War II a little bit more. Sometimes I like Modern Warfare a little bit more. So that's just my thing. But either way, can we at least agree, though, that both of those games are better than Vanguard? Because, like, I know that's the new trendy thing to do, but Vanguard is just a trash game. It just is. It's not a good World War II game. It's not a good Call of Duty game. It's not a good, thing. Oh, there's an ad for... Resident Evil. Yeah, I need to time these a little bit better. I am so sorry for everyone. Oh? Okay, that was a pretty interesting ad that popped up. I might have to check that out later for something Resident Evil related. But anyways, sorry. Focused. Yeah, no, like, just Vanguard is just a bad World War II game. It's a bad Call of Duty game. It's a bad just arcade shooter in general. And it doesn't do anything to make it stand out. And the even dumber thing is that apparently they're adding maps that take place after World War II in the 1950s. Like, what? You marketed yourself as a World War II game, right? So why are you making maps that take place in the 1950s? Hell, even technically closer to when fucking Black Ops 1 comes out. Like, in terms of that timeline. Like, why? So overall, it's just a bad game. And I genuinely don't want to know how the zombies plays out, because I heard nothing but just terrible things about it. So overall, no thank you. Just no. So that's the individual games for Call of Duty. Now let's talk about maps. So I did this tier list around October of last year. I did the Call of Duty proper tier list back in 2020, December of 2020. So this I think is the newest tier list that we're going to be doing. Though my opinions have actually changed quite a bit. I still hold Doris as my favorite map. That's not going anywhere. However, I'm going to lower most of the Black Ops 4 maps because I can't stand the thing with that game. Though there's one exception. Hot take, but I actually like Ancient Evil more than 9. I'm just sick and tired of playing 9. Though I do acknowledge that it's technically you can say it's the better map, but I'm just sick and tired of playing it. So I'm putting it lower. As for these other maps, um what's another S tier map that I would put? Okay, well let's start at the bottom. Again, I've not played any Vanguard map. I refuse to play Vanguard maps, so don't even ask. Torture Pet, yeah, that's still staying there. That's still staying there. That's definitely still staying there. Staying there, staying there, staying there. Yes. 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 Though I'm gonna lower down the Awakening to F tier. That's an extinction map. Don't bother. Just don't bother at all. Turf Blood Carrier. Yeah, again, I don't like Advanced Warfare, so I'm lowering that down. That's BO1 Moon. People are gonna hate me for this, but I don't like BO1 Moon. Like I've always hated BO1 Moon. So though BO3 Moon, that's going up. I think it's a much better version. So yeah. Would I rather play it than Transit? Yes. Um Though I'd rather play Outbreak, but I don't like the Outbreak from Cold War. Um I never have. Though I think I'd rather play that than Burrow. Um Oh yeah, I forgot I put a bunch of the remasters from BO3 lower. Okay, you know what? I think I gave too much shit to the actually, okay, you know what? I think I'm going to do something else. Hold on. I'm going to add a row below and then I'm just going to make this extinction cuz I think it's just too categorically different. The only reason why I have extinction is for the people who want it there. So yeah, we'll put extinction maps down here. There's a couple. Yeah. If you like extinction, good for you. But I don't think it'd be fair if we were to, talk about it here. So, but anyways, um, okay, I still stand by the Sentient BO3's the worst remaster, and it's an insult to the original. I don't care. It's just it just feels shitty to play. So, yeah. Um, yeah, I'm gonna lower original Outbreak. Um, I'd rather play it than the new Outbreak. But again, that's because I don't like the exo movement. I never did because it just feels so finicky to play with. So, what else? Frozen Dawn. I mean, I guess it's objectively better than these maps because these are just kind of bare bones survival maps. Which, by the way, for context, Mount Olympus, Altar of Blood, and Bodega, those are all of the separated maps from the Tortured Path that you unlock once you beat those. Like once you beat the challenge of the Tortured Path from World War II. But they're basically just bare bones survival, which I don't inherently hate, but it just sucks you have to unlock them. It's just dumb as hell. So, um, But yeah, no, I think I gave these too much shit, so I'm gonna put them in C tier. Um, because I think I'd rather play them than some of these other maps. So I still don't like Zombies in Spaceland. It's specifically because of the theme. Because of that, though, I am putting it in high D. But I can't stand the theme. I know it's a lot of people's favorite map, but I don't like the theme. So that's why it's staying there. So what else? Okay. Tog. It's not that bad, but I'm gonna put it in C tier. Um Actually, okay, what about okay. Yeah, Tortured Path, I think objectively out of the maps I played, it's the worst just because of what it represents. So yeah. Infection. Well, these both are dog shit though. And Alpha Omega, I think it's just flat out the worst Treyarch map. It's that bad. It's genuinely that bad. So, um, hold on. Okay, I really don't like Die Rise either. Okay, well, which one would I rather play? Okay, I think I'd rather play Blood of the Dead. I think I'd rather play. Oh fuck, man! I don't want to put Die Rise higher. I hate Die Rise is, in my opinion, the first genuinely bad zombies map. Like it, I really don't like Die Rise. And this is like Die Rise is like one of the few. Yeah, this is like the one of two things that I don't like about BO2. This and the C4. Okay, the C4 spam can be fun. The quick scope spam. Those are the two things that are fucking annoying about Black Ops 2. Um, Other than that, it's a good game. But I don't know, dude. I don't like. I definitely don't. I definitely like Die Rise less than Transit though, because at least with Transit, I can at least respect it for trying to be experimental, even if it fell flat on its face. With Die Rise, it's just a dog shit map. Yes, I know it has this liquefier, but that doesn't make a map good. It just makes a wonder weapon good in a shitty map. So yeah. Though if I were to be honest, I think I'd rather play Die Rise than the Diner. So and then yeah, I think I'd rather play Voyage. I don't like that I'm putting Voyage much higher either though, because like that's just. But yeah, no, I'd rather play it over Onslaught because Onslaught's just a bad mode. Trust me, for those who were waiting for over a year for this mode, trust me, it was not it's not worth your time. It's just bad. So, you didn't miss out on much. Um so yeah, I think that's good for F tier. I might lower a few down to F. Um but yeah, I think we're good on that front. Okay. Yeah, I'd rather play those remasters than Cell Block, though I'd rather play Cell Block over Tog. Darkest Shore. Okay, I'd rather play all those than Bodega. I think I just don't like BO3 Shang, because BO1 Shang has PhD, and PhD is fun in Shang. So that kind of ruins it for BO3, at least for me. So I will say this though, I've also grown on Zetsubo. I think Zetsubo is actually cool. I don't think it's amazing though. I still think it's the worst BO3 map, but I can appreciate it. I'd rather play it than Moon for sure. I'd rather play it than Nine, than Dead Ops, and then which, you know what? I think we're gonna lower Shaolin. Yes, I know. I put Shaolin in B tier, which I will admit may have not been the best decision, but I don't think it's the worst map on Infinite Warfare. So take that for what you will. Though I think I'd rather play Shaolin than most of these other maps, anyways. So, what else? Oh yeah, this was an error. Forsaken, C tier. I don't know why I put it that high. But and then Mauer, and then Firebase C. So yeah. Though I think I'd rather play Zets. Ooh. No, I think I'd rather play these both than Zetsubo. Now Shattered Throne, on the other hand, yeah, I'm playing that in A tier. I think it's a good map. I don't think it's an amazing map. Okay, well, it's a solid map. It's not S tier, but it's solid. So, what else? You know what? Fuck it. I know I used to shit on Kino a lot, but at this late day and age, it's not that bad. It might be an aged map, but I still have fun on it. So, I think I'm gonna put Classified right next to 9, but I think I'd rather play Classified over 9. So, and then Dead Ops 2 at the bottom. Is this good enough? Hold on, let me check to make sure this is correct. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Put that over. Grossenhaus. I don't know why I put that high. It's not that good, but I think it's fine. Oh yeah. I know a lot of people don't like Raven the Redwoods, but I think it's the best map in Infinite Warfare, and also it's the only map that, like, overall, I have fun with. So, because again, I don't like the theming of Spaceland. I don't hate Shang, or not Shang, Shaolin, but I know a lot of people don't like it. Radioactive thing was just bad, as well as freaking Beast from Beyond. Those maps are just bad. So yeah, no, Rave, and also I like the setting more because I like the setting way more in Rave than I do Spaceland. So, again, it's good, but it's not that good. You know what? Fuck the haters. I genuinely love Shang, the original Shang. I think it's a good map. So I'm putting that in S tier. So it's also like people just like to hate on things. So now that being said, but yeah, I think I'd rather play it over that. Though Shadows of Evil is, I think, just the better map. Same with Call of the Dead and Ascension. So, but you know, a lot of BO1 map. Again, this is one of the reasons why I still think that BO1 is still one of the best games of all time. Is that it has not only solid base content, but also really damn good. It has also a lot of really damn good DLC content. So that's why I really like BO1. So, oh, 5. You know what? I've also grown on 5. I used to hate 5, but I really like 5 now. So, again, if all these, like, non-Treyarch maps were on here, I would put 5 in A tier, but to balance things out at least a little bit, I kind of have to keep it in B tier. But don't get it twisted. 5 is a pretty good map. So, but yeah, no, I think that's all I've got to change. Oh, actually, ooh. You know what? Fuck it. I'm putting the BO1 maps. Again, I'm more of a fan of classic zombie maps compared to the newer style. So that's why I'm putting all these up, because I think these are the maps, like Doris Ascension, Call of the Dead, and Shang. Those are the maps that, to me, represent everything that I genuinely like about Call of Duty Zombies. They have interesting, sort of set background setting for its lore. The gameplay is really solid. There's cool like Easter egg stuff, like quest stuff that you can do in the background. Like those are just solid experiences, and also just that sort of late 2000s, early 2010s feel of like gaming is just something. It's just an era that I've always appreciated in terms of gaming. Just right before it just went to shit, in my opinion. So overall, that's where I would put those, at least those maps, because I genuinely really like these maps, just way more than a lot of other maps. The Rising Drag is still a top 5 for me. But again, I like that classic feeling of old zombies, so which is also why I like Rising Drag, because out of all the BO3 maps, it's the closest to a Black Ops 1 map. So that's why I really like it. So you know what? Also, screw the haters. I'm putting Nuketown in S tier as well, because I really like Nuketown. So I used to stream that a lot, so I'm a little bit biased, but I don't care. So I'm putting that in S tier. So, but yeah, no, I think that's kind of how I feel about the zombie maps as of right now. Oh, actually, I'd rather, again, BO4 mechanic fucks with a lot of the maps in in BO4. So I'd rather play all of these maps over Ancient Evil. So yeah. So I think I'd rather play Giant over Rave. I think I'd rather play Rave over Mauer. Actually, you could flip flop between Mauer and Rave, honestly. Though I think I'd rather play Rave simply because this also kind of feels closer to a classic Zombies game rather than Mauer. So it is what it is. Again, these kind of representing exactly what I genuinely like. So about a zombies game. So yeah. But yeah, no, I think that's kind of how I overall feel about a lot of these maps. Actually, I'm going to lower this a little bit. Yeah, I think that actually I'd rather play. Yeah. That feels good. So, yeah, that's kind of my updated feelings about the zombies maps. Again, it really just depends, and I do feel like I would have to go back into all of these games. Again, I know I said just boycott, but at this point, it's like, and I'm just gonna be honest a little bit. I am a bit conflicted on whether or not I should go back to Call of Duty, because here's the thing: it's a franchise that I like, and even if I just ranked more games bad than good, it's still a franchise that I like. Zombies is obviously what's been carrying Call of Duty for a while now, and like that's like one of the aspects that I like playing anyways. But it's the company. It's the upper heads that are the problem. So I don't know, if anyone wants to do stuff with Call of Duty, feel free to let me know, because at the end of the day, I'm kind of conflicted on that, and hell, I'll even ask some of my friends if they're interested in playing, if they want to play, because the thing is that, like, you also have to keep in mind is that all these gaming companies are shit, like, whether it be Activision, oh, hold on. Sorry about that, they were doing, house calls, or whatever they're called, but yeah, no, like I was saying, basically just overall, it's just a franchise that I respect, like, at least the developer wise. And that's what people just need to at least acknowledge, is that like when I'm talking about like whenever it's a game that I like, it's not me defending the companies that make them, because Activision, EA, Ubisoft, Square Enix, hell, even Microsoft and Sony and Nintendo, they have a lot of shit that they have in terms of like, some sketchy shit. So that's something that people need to keep in mind. That being said, though, in terms of the zombies mode, at least back in the early 2010s, that is definitely just an era that I will always respect. So, but yeah, no, that's the update, at least for now. Again, I might end up doing this list again because my mind always just kind of flip flops between everything. I might have to just completely replay all these maps. So, but yeah, that's my current stances for the zombie maps. Now let's get into animation. So we'll do Cartoon Network and then Nickelodeon. So Cartoon Network was our second tier list that we've ever done. Now this is actually an updated version of that said tier list. I've actually I added a lot of stuff to this one. Actually, I should probably do the Nickelodeon one first, considering that I didn't really add too much from this. Our original tier list, I actually deleted in favor of just updating this, just so that I could have it enough stuff. So, oh shoot, damn it, I forgot to wear the shirt. Hold on. But yeah, no, there we go. Yes, the shirt that I wore for not only this tier list but also the Modern Bands tier list, the Jenny shirt. I forgot to wear this, but it's fine. Anyways, so Nickelodeon. Okay, I had to address the elephant in the room, unfortunately, for a lot of these shows because of the allegations that have been going around, and also just a lot of controversies involving certain people on these shows. And unfortunately, it pains me to say it, but some of the really does taint the shows for me, especially one of my favorite shows of all time. And so okay, whatever. Let's go from bottom to top on this one. So we'll do the ones I haven't seen before first. So yeah, I added a few shows on here. I will fully admit though, I haven't watched most of these. So I've not watched The Night Squad or whatever this is called. I've not watched Middle School Moguls. And I've not seen this reboot of the Smurfs. So I will just fully say that right now. In terms of Dude Perfect show. D tier. Just the use of the Dude Perfect name and bringing him into his own show was just kind of lame. And also just the fact that this just another example of Nickelodeon taking internet celebrities and trying to make them into a television thing, which is can we stop doing that? Because you guys did that with Fred, and look how that turned out. So, yeah. Oh yeah, the Patrick Star Show, which is another SpongeBob spinoff. I'd put it in the same tier as SpongeBob, which we'll get into that a little bit because I know I probably triggered a lot of people by putting SpongeBob on C tier, but I have to readdress that. Rugrats reboot, F. It's just why does it exist? And not only why does it exist, but also it's you changed so much of what made Rugrats special to begin with. Rugrats, which we'll talk about Rugrats in a little bit, Rugrats might have originally been kind of one of those shows where it's it might not look the best nowadays, but you have to keep in mind that in the early 90s, Like, it was definitely a game changer. But to try to reboot it in this CGI, just sort of blah fest of a, concept is insulting to what the original. Now, granted, well, okay, I don't know. It just doesn't feel as like fun to watch. So, all right, next up, Tainia, or I keep forgetting how to pronounce the name. I completely forgot about this show, by the way. Like, I remember it being like aired back in the day, but I didn't recognize. I guess I just didn't remember what the show was called. I'll put it in C tier for now, obviously. It's just one of those things where just, I guess it just depends on how, you know, I view it as, but it is what it is for the most part. So, but anyways, let's go from bottom to top. So, are there any shows that I gave too much shit to? You know what? I think I gave a little bit too much shit to Henry Danger and Game Shakers. I just mostly put them down there because they just feel so blah, but they don't flat out insult me. So, like, at the end of the day, I guess it kind of balances out, but it's like, they just feel just so, if that makes sense. So, and that was my whole point, is that they just feel so blah. Like, just not, they just feel so bland compared to a lot of the other, live action shows from other, eras, or hell, even from other networks. So it is what it is, and unfortunately, yeah. So, all right, School of Rock, I'm still putting that in F tier. The fact that they had not Patrick Stump, Pete Wentz of Fall Out Boy, and Kendall Schmidt of Big Time Rush on multiple episodes is insulting to both of their craft, because literally the writing is so goddamn garbage, and it's also even an insult to the original movie that this show is even based off of. Like, it, to me, like, this is just, at least in terms of the live action shows, this is just my personal least favorite show. I don't think it's the worst show that Nickelodeon's done, but it's my personal least favorite show. And it's just insulting. So, bad. Also, fuck this. It's just bad. You know what else is bad? And I will fight everyone who fucking argues with me on this. Coming from someone who's from California, I am not defending Rocket Power for being a good show. It is shit. It is a complete, utter, it's just a stereotype of kids from California. And as someone who's sick and tired of people talking shit about people from California, it's because of shows like this that fucking add to that stigma, and it's so goddamn annoying. It's like, stop being like so cringy with your dialogue. I don't care if this is a show from the fucking late 90s or early 2000s. Even for the late 90s and early 2000s, it was shit. Go watch every other thing by that same studio, which, by the way, they also made Rugrats and Wild Thornberrys and other shows, and they are better than this. This is just a complete, completely dated in a horrible way show of just all the bad trends of the graffiti punk skating community of the late 90s and early 2000s. I will still stand by that. It is a dog shit show, even for its time. So, no. What else? Oh yeah, these two garbage shows, they're still staying here. Stupid Ninjas, that's still staying there because that's a dumb name and it's a dumb show. Don't watch it. That's still staying there. I think I gave this one a little bit too much shit, so I'm gonna put that in D tier. That's still bad. That's still bad. That's definitely still bad. That's still bad. That's still bad. That's still bad. That person finds me who's obsessed with this show, I'm just gonna block you. Yeah, no, if you guys remember, I had a deviant art and I posted a similar meme to this like 5 years ago, and someone kept asking about that show, and I was like, I don't know what the show is, and they got fucking mad at me about it, and then I was like, okay, calm the fuck down, don't be a fucking fanboy for a shitty little goddamn, you know, yeah. So yeah, uh, yeah, no, those are still staying there. Um, Though I think I'm gonna lower some of these down to F tier as well. Um, yeah, no, Marvin and Bucket and Skinner's Epic Adventures. I'm putting those down into F tier. Those are bad. So I would never want to watch them ever again. So yeah. Um, I think I gave a little bit too much shit to All Grown Up. I'm gonna I'm gonna raise that one a little bit more. So but I'm not gonna put it up high. I still think it's just an average show at best. What else? I think all the stuff in C tier is still going to stay. Except, you know what? I'm gonna raise up Doug. I know, I'm raising up Doug, the show that just exists. But here's the catcher. Even though it's just a show that exists, I've grown on it a little bit. I think in terms of like more slice of life sort of shows, you can do much worse. And honestly, there's definitely a lot of aspects of Doug that are actually kind of cool. And even as fucked up as the Christmas special was, God, that was awful. You know, like, I've just grown to appreciate Doug. Like, I don't know what it is. It's just, it's not even that special of a show. It's just, I like the idea of just being able to watch, what Doug does. So, but I don't know. It is what it is. Um, Also another show that I think I've grown on a little bit more, El Tigre. I don't hate the show anymore. Well, okay, I never hated it. I've always thought it was just okay. But like Manny as being, kind of relatable character, and also being one of the shows from this era that, try to go for a more Hispanic sort of like cultural thing. I thought it did it much better than the other show, which is on Cartoon Network. If you know what I'm going to talk about, you know exactly what rabbit hole I'm going to go down on that one. But overall, it's fine. So I think it's pretty cool. And you know what? As dumb as the Naked Brothers band was, this one's a slightly guilty pleasure. Not as much as Big Time Rush, but like this one's dumb, but it's fine for what it was. So I'm not mad about it. Yeah, I think that's all I'm going to change. I gotta address the SpongeBob and the Fairly Odd Parents, though. More so SpongeBob, but Fairly Odd Parents too. So SpongeBob, the reason why I'm putting it in C tier and why I put it in C tier in the first place is because the first 3 seasons are amazing. Like, there's a reason why SpongeBob isn't a cultural phenomenon as big as it is. It's because, and just the character itself. It's because it's such a funny show. At least it was a funny show. And I recently just rewatched the movie last week. Actually, funny enough, at my university, because every week or so, like every other week, they have like a movie night, and they just so happen to play the SpongeBob movie, the first SpongeBob movie from 2004, last week. There were a bunch of assholes who kept fucking, interrupting the movie, but that's besides the point. Um, and it still holds up. It's still a really amazing movie, and if you haven't seen it, I recommend you guys watch the first SpongeBob movie. It's fucking awesome. And like I said, the first 3 seasons are genuinely pretty good. But then Occam's razor, bitch. Every other fucking season from season 4 for such a long time, like basically from that onwards, has been really bad. Like, okay, maybe not completely bad, because there were some occasional good episodes. Like, I'm not saying everything from season 4 onwards sucked, but man, there was definitely a big quality drop after the SpongeBob movie. And I think it's pretty much exemplified, especially specifically with how I felt about SpongeBob. Because if I'm going to be honest, there was a time in my life where I genuinely hated SpongeBob. I'm being dead serious. And it was specifically because I hated all of the new episodes that were coming out. It was that bad. And if you can get someone like me to just not give a shit about your franchise because of just how watered down it became, I think keep in mind, I liked early SpongeBob. But if you got me away from SpongeBob because of just the shit that you were pulling out, then that's a fucking problem. So absolutely insulting that, what happened with the show happened, because they fired the original creators, which is exactly why it became shit. It's because they got rid of the original creators and kept it going on longer than it should have. And SpongeBob is just the case of point, in my opinion, where it's like you have to end your franchise properly. Now, obviously, I'm going to talk about this show on, my point of it, but whatever. We'll get to that once we get to that. But with SpongeBob, it needs to end. I don't care what anyone fucking says. I don't care if, there's still fucking, people who just blindly fucking watch every goddamn episode. I don't care if it just pays the bills. I don't care if it's the Nickelodeon bread and butter. You are ruining entertainment at least a little bit if you're continuing the show. So don't. Now, as for the Fairly Odd Parents thing, at the very least, they did end the show. But goddamn it, it went on for way too long. And not only that, but also I just completely remembered one other thing, and I can't believe I actually forgot to add it on. Oh, wait. Oh, technically it's not on Nickelodeon. Oh, but it's still Nickelodeon. Hold on. I'm going to make another picture. But while I do that, I'm just going to explain the fact that, Fairly Odd Parents is just... the same problem with Fairly Odd Parents happened with SpongeBob, where it just lasted for way too long, because it lasted for 18 goddamn years. Now, don't get me wrong, at least in terms of sorry, I'm just trying to get this. But yeah, no, in terms of just, shows, I think I'd rather watch early Fairly Odd. Well, no, I'd rather watch early SpongeBob. I'm not even going to kid myself. But up until 2008-ish, Fairly Odd Parents was solid. But then, after Poof was introduced, basically everything just became just garbage. And again, it's just another case point example of a show that just lasted for way too long. Also, Butch Hartman's a piece of shit. Let's just be real here. I've already explained it in the original tier list, but long story short, he's basically like for those who don't know, he's an evangelical Christian, and that reflects on a lot of his personal beliefs to the point where he even called people with neurodivergencies. Look it up. I'm not gonna repeat it here because it goes into TOS, and because of that, you can go piss off. Especially since he basically insulted like a lot of my friends because a lot of my friends have ASD. I don't fuck with that shit. So if we didn't fuck with it with the Melvins with the grunge tier list, we're not gonna fuck with it with Butch Hartman. So like that's absolutely just fucking like disgusting that he said that shit. So okay, this is gonna take a little bit longer than I thought it was going to, because again, I have to fucking do this. So I'm gonna talk about some of these other shows. Some of these other shows that honestly I think I gave a little bit too much credit. I'm gonna lower them down. Yakety Yak and My Dad the Rockstar. Oh shoot, hold on. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, no, I'm gonna put them in C tier. I don't know why I put Yakety Yak in B tier. I think I tried to pull the argument of like, oh, this is kind of like underrated. No, it's not. It's kind of a bland and forgettable show in a lot of ways. Like hell, I even barely remember what I watched, in terms of the segment of that show. So, which I think that pretty much showcases exactly why it was forgotten to begin with. So, and then as for My Dad the Rockstar, it's the same case there. And not only that, but it's also like you had another asshole work on that show, Gene Simmons of Kiss. I'm not going to go into that in much detail, but just look up all the fucking controversies he's been into before, and you know exactly why, that's a problem. But yeah, no, like I wouldn't really recommend it anymore. Also, another show that I can't believe I put it this high, The Men in Black Show, D tier. I don't know what the fuck I was thinking with that show. It's bad. Even for the early 2000s, late 90s, early 2000s when it came out, it's bad. Granted, I'd rather watch it over Rocket Power, but it is still not good. Animation was way too flat for the time that it came out. The characters are just pale comparisons to what they were in the movies. And oh my god, it's embarrassing to watch at points. I don't know why I put that shit in fucking B tier, dude. What was I thinking? Like, oh my god, it's that bad. And you know what else is bad that I just got finished with? Where is it? Why is it not here? Wait, what the fuck? Wait, where did I save this? Oh, that's right. Okay. Sorry, it's just I'm being stupid. But yeah, I got another show for you guys over here. Tier Maker Picks. TV, Nickelodeon. Submit it. Fairly Odd Parents, Fairly Odder. I can't believe I forgot this garbage show. Okay, to be fair, I didn't watch it. Though, from what I've seen with clips, it looks garbage. It looks like F tier material. So, yeah, no, I refuse to watch it. And don't make me watch it. So, I'm only doing these remake tier lists just so I can catch up with exactly what my thoughts are for, like, the modern age. So, yeah. And also, we did this tier list, like, a year and a half ago. So, my opinions have definitely changed since then. So, okay. C tier. Anything else? I mean, yeah, I'd say this is pretty much the same. That I've done before. Though, actually, yeah, we're starting to get into some territory that I personally feel like we have to address, because this this one's gonna hurt a lot. And you know what? I'm gonna look up exactly. Hold on. Let me get a list of all of the shows, because this is gonna sting. But I'm only doing this because at the end of the day, like, yeah. Okay, so what did he work on? Okay, wait. I didn't spell his name right, I know, but this is gonna. I don't want to do it. Okay, hold on. First off, okay, we'll do this one first. What else? Yep. What else? Yep. Oh, okay. Never mind. I guess I'm putting these down in this tier anyways. Okay. Cool. Okay, I didn't add Danger Force. I might add that later. And then I don't want to do this. Cause but I have to. That stings. That stings. Especially for like a lot of the earlier shows. What else? Did he work on anything else? Yeah, we're gonna have Dan Schneider on his own tier. All I'm gonna say about this. Oh my god. Yeah, no, this is. Yeah, you can literally look it up right now. Because, like, there's articles literally as late as, like, just a couple of hours ago that I'm seeing right now about what's going on. And that is horrible with the treatment of all the actors of all these shows. Because who knows how long this man's been doing that shit. Because at this point, it's basically confirmed that he's a piece of shit. I'm not going to go into more detail because TOS, but that really does ruin all of those shows for me, especially Drake and Josh. And that one stings even the most because that was my third favorite Nickelodeon show. And that hurts. That really hurts. Same thing with Kenan and Kel and all that. I don't know why pieces of shit like that are able to exist. But oh my god. So yeah, no. Like, basically what I'm saying is that a part of my childhood that was like the little good in my childhood was just a fabrication. and that sucks. So yeah, that stings. So I kind of want to move on from this point because I don't want to focus on it. That's all I've got to say about that. If you genuinely don't know what's going on, just look it up. I don't want to explain it. Let's move on from that. Also, I know I'm putting a lot of things in this, which really should also point to to the perspective for me at least that maybe Nickelodeon wasn't that good to begin with, anyways. That sucks because I grew up with a lot of Nickelodeon. So hell, like half of these shows I grew up with, but it's like I can't defend that shit anymore. So, ouch. So, whatever. Let's just move on. So, okay, in terms of the B tier stuff, yeah, I think I gave this show too much credit. Though, honestly, you know what? I'm gonna bump up a few of these shows to A tier. So, yeah. Honestly, I'm gonna put. Yeah, these three. So, yeah, Chalk Zone. I didn't watch too much of it when it came out. I guess I just kind of missed it. I might have watched a couple of episodes, but it wasn't something I personally grew up with a lot. But you know what? It was solid. Granted, it's Psy 13 or Austin's favorite Nicktoon, and you know what? I can respect that. It's not my favorite, but I can still respect it. And then, yes, I know I put Jimmy Neutron in A tier, but that's only just because, like, out of a lot of these shows, honestly, I think I'd rather watch Jimmy Neutron than, like, a lot of these other Nicktoons. So at the end of the day, it's like, it is, like, well, also, a lot of this just comes down to personal taste anyways. But, yeah, no, I think, I respect Chalk Zone at least a bit more. So, and new Jimmy Neutron, both these shows. Sorry, yeah, no, and also okay, it's kind of weird though that like Pinky and the Brain kind of had a bit of a spotlight in the late '90s because Pinky and the Brain of Animaniacs, they had their own spin-off show in the mid to late '90s, and their last season was on Nickelodeon. It's a weird story. I would try to look it up. Which that's just weird because Animaniacs, which is what this is obviously based off, was for its last few seasons was on Cartoon Network. So that's kind of a weird thing that happened between these two shows. But regardless, though, yeah, I've grown to appreciate this, even though I don't think that like these sections are like the best parts of Steven Spielberg's involvement with the Animaniacs brand. I still think that Pinky and the Brain is still something that I would recommend to people. So solid. What else? Is there anything that I would lower on here? I think I'd lower Penguins to B tier. It's not. I don't think it's great, but it's still solid, I'd say. So, and then that's still staying there. That's still an amazing show. I don't care what people say. I don't care if it's from before a time when it was even alive. It is still amazing for what it is. So, I'm keeping an A tier. So, yeah, it's the Darwin's waiting room of Nickelodeon. So okay, I'm joking, but like it's probably a horrible show. Yeah, it's I can't even tell the freaking picture. Wow, that really showcases how much better I've gotten with my pictures. Holy shit, I have no idea what show is that. It's S something. Hold on. Not Salute Your Shorts. No. Okay, hold on. Let me. Welcome Freshman. That's right. Yeah, no. Welcome Freshman. I don't care how bad it is. It is amazing. So, it's early 90s cheese at its best. So, go watch it just for that alone. Same thing with Pete and Pete. Well, okay, no. Pete and Pete is something that I still like anyways because that one's a bit more wholesome. And like a lot of the gags from that show were funny anyways. So, yeah, no. Those are like probably the best live action. Okay, not the best live action shows, but you know, they're solid for what they were. Though I think I'm gonna be bumping a few of these to S tier. You know what? Korra's going in S tier. It's not as good as Avatar, but I appreciate it now. So I'm putting it up there. You know what? Even though it's not my favorite, in comparison to all of this, oh yeah, no, Invader Zim's S tier. So I'm putting that up there. I still wouldn't say it's my favorite show. I still stand by that fact, but I would put it in S tier just simply off the fact of what it was able to achieve for the network, because it's a cultural phenomenon for a reason. So yeah. And then is there anything else I would put up there? The Danny Phantom question. So this one is interesting because again, fucking Butch Hartman, piece of shit. Get fuck off. But god damn it, dude, this is a good show. It's a good show. But like I don't know. Fuck it. I'll just separate the art from the artist in this particular. Okay, it's not a POD or Dan Schneider situation. It's more like a Scott Cawthon case. So because of that, fuck it. I'll put it in S tier. So, you know what? Yeah. Matter of fact, I'll put it above all these because I would be lying to myself if I said I didn't enjoy this because it was one of my favorite like cartoons growing up. Granted, I grew up with Avatar and Teenage Robot a little. I grew up with these two way more, but I still respect Danny Phantom. So, also, he's not emo. Side tangent. I know a lot of people who associate Danny Phantom with My Chemical Romance music videos back in the day, and I'm just gonna put my foot down saying he's not an emo kid. As a matter of fact, Jenny is ironically the more emo out of the fucking, you know, Nicktoons. But I'll get into that on another tier list. Trust me, it'll be exciting. Anyways, yeah, no, for Danny Phantom, fine, I'll put it in S tier just to separate the art from the artist, because at least what Nickelodeon is earning, like at least he doesn't earn any revenue from Danny Phantom anymore. So he's not like I'm not like actively like, you know, giving out my money to pieces of shit groups. Unlike, you know, supporting a band like POD. Go watch our new metal tier list if you want context. But yeah, no. So okay. Anyways, honestly, I think that would, in terms of the tiering, I think that's pretty solid. In terms of individual rankings, that one I feel like I would have to pretty much just go on my own. But in terms of the tiering, I'm pretty happy with this. So, though, in terms of just how I personally feel about all this, I would probably do I'd probably do it like this. Again, Big Time Rush is a guilty pleasure. This one, I know it's a bad show, but it's basically just the early 2010s version of Ned's Declassified. So fight me on that one. So, yeah, Rocco and Hey Arnold, I just feel like in terms of the shows from the 90s, those are just objectively the best ones. Like, yeah, Hey Arnold is just easy S tier. There's no debate about that one. It's just awesome. Rocco, also just an awesome show. Helped spark the careers of many animator, including the creator of SpongeBob and the creator of Camp Lazlo. So you got to give credit where credit is due. So, and then okay, Ned's Declassified. I swear to God, if there's any bullshit involving that show, I'm going to be pissed. Because you don't fuck with Ned. Because he made his own survival guide for a reason. Hell, I forgot about this. Hold on. Let me see if I still have this. Yes. In more recent years, because of this show, that's inspired me to make my own survival guide. Okay, to be fair, this is more than just that. Yeah, look at this. This is a thing I made. Hold on. Yay. It's called the Bullshit Book. It answers all of your questions about every single piece of bullshit on the world. So yeah, no. Translates every single, piece of information of bullshit so that you can understand and go through all of your bullshit. God, what did I do on here? I barely used it. Whatever. I might use this as a gag later down the line, but whatever. It's a solid meme. But overall, though, I'm being a bit serious when I say this, though. I swear, I don't want there to be any fucking Dan Schneider-related bullshit involving this show, because, oh my god, that will make this man cry. So, I'm already trying to cling on to all of the old, live-action shows I used to grow up with that I actually like. And I don't watch a lot of live-action stuff anyways. Please don't make me regret that choice even more. So, but whatever. Avatar, no question. It's objectively the best show. Even with my favorite show, it's still just the best. It has the best stories, it has the best animation, it has the best, plots, the best characters. Go watch Avatar: The Last Airbender if you haven't. I wouldn't even be giving it justice by explaining it here. Hell, I barely even gave it enough justice in our tier list. So just go watch it. It's worth it. You know what else is also worth it? The show. You already know that though, because I talk about it a lot. So go watch My Life's Teenage Robot. Also, fuck Nickelodeon for canceling this show twice. Also, fuck the people who still think this is just a porno show, because that's cringe and that's not what the show is, because yeah. Anyways. So yeah, no, that's a Nickelodeon. So yeah, a lot of different change. Oh, actually, I'm going to put this down here. Sorry, I just don't like Power Rangers that much. I only put it up there just to appease the nerds. But yeah, no, that's how I feel about Nickelodeon nowadays. So yeah, fun. So let's move on to Cartoon Network, which I've actually gained a little bit more of an appreciation for a lot of their shows. Now, got a big list because I had a rule to where I wasn't going to include any miniseries or the live action shows on that list. I obviously since changed my mind. And so if you want to do this list nowadays, you can just go ahead and do it. This is also our second oldest list that we've done before. So in terms, or at least in terms of the series. So my opinions have, out of the opinion, this is probably, changed quite a bit. So some of them I haven't changed my mind on, but a lot of them I actually have changed my mind. So let's go from bottom to top. on this one. So yeah. Sorry, I'm just looking. Okay, so let's go from the bottom to top and see if there's anything that I've changed my mind on, at least here. So F tiers, yeah, I don't think I've changed my mind on any of these, except for maybe cow and chicken. So this one, I still just don't like cow and chicken. Like I in terms of the 90s cartoon network shows, I just don't find it that good in comparison to a lot of the other contemporaries, because it just feels like a Ren and Stimpy clone. And you saw I put Ren and Stimpy in A tier, so to see them Cartoon Network already try to do knockoff versions of other shows was kind of a sour taste. But yeah, I don't know. It just existed. Now, as for all the other shows, I'm not changing a single bit because, god damn it, all those shows are bad. So don't watch them. In terms of the other D tier shows, you know what? Fuck it. Actually, hold on. Actually, you know what? I'm putting Johnny Test in F tier because of just what it represents. And even then, like, even with season 1, it's not worth your time. I know I defended season 1, but like, no. Just no. It also just hurts that they ripped off American Idiot by Green Day for their theme song, which I don't know if you can tell, but back there, see that Green Day poster? Do you see that? See that Green Day poster back there? My favorite band of all time. You don't fuck with Green Day like that. Yeah, they've made bad stuff, but like, don't. Just don't. I know American Idiot's not off that album, obviously, but like, you get my point. So bad, and the fact that people are nostalgic about it is a little bit sad because it's bad. Don't, please don't. What else is on here? Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I'd really change too much down here. What's New Scooby-Doo? I'd probably put a little bit higher, but again, you're talking to someone who, yes, I used to like Scooby-Doo, but it's like, it's just the same shit every fucking decade. Like, stop giving this franchise attention, especially since most of the people who worked on the original show are already probably dead anyways. Like, just stop. Like, just let it die. Just please. But whatever. Anyways, shows down here in C tier. Yeah, no, Mucha Lucha. I'm sorry, but you're going in D tier. Comparing you and LT Gray is just two completely different beasts. I'd rather watch LT Gray than this. It's not even a contest. So, no thanks. What else? Yeah, I think I gave Beast Wars a bit too much credit. I'm gonna put that in D tier. Same thing with Reboot. Like, I only gave them credit simply because they were like, early CGI shows. But like, even then, does anyone really talk about them? No. So yeah, no. And also, I was never the biggest Transformers guy anyways, so it is what it is. Now, that being said, I'm gonna put a few shows a little bit higher. Ed and Eddie, I don't know why I didn't put that in at least a B tier. And actually, no. Well, yeah, and Juniper Lee. So whenever we did Ed and Eddie, it was mostly Dylan pressuring me to put that lower into C tier. I am not going to fall for peer pressure. I still think the show itself is fine. The Eds themselves, like, okay, it's funny because it's a show where it's like, it's mostly the characters that surround the main cast are more interesting. So, Well, though the Double D is cool. I think Double D is fine. But yeah, no, I find the surrounding characters to be way more interesting. So, and yeah, the show looks ugly, but you have to remember it first came out in the late 90s. So, although it lasted until the late 2000s, which is interesting. But, you know, for what it was at the time, it's just a show that, like, you know, it served its place as sort of like a weird, you know, I don't want to say slice of life because it's not slice of life, though. A more like fantastical take of a slice of life. I think that's a more appropriate way to say it. So it is what it is. Now, as for Juniper Lee, yes, it's a rip. There was a huge debate on whether or not this is a ripoff of American Dragon Jake Long, which I know we'll have to talk about that on our next tier list. But, you know, in terms of ripoffs go, or even just, I don't even want to call it a ripoff. In terms of shows that just so happen to basically be similar to another show, it's okay. There's also quite a few like cool characters from it. But I wouldn't say it's anything that like I would say is anything spectacular. So because of that, I'm gonna put it down there, still in the B tier. I'm sorry, I still don't really care for Adventure Time or Flapjack that much. So like they're fine for what they are. But I don't know. They're just not for me, I guess. So I remember watching Flapjack whenever I was still a kid, but it tried to do what early SpongeBob did, where like, you know, it had like, you know, the really like sudden like creepy weird images, because SpongeBob did that, you know, pretty well, and they tried to make that with Flapjack, but I don't think it worked as well. As a matter of fact, I remember that show giving me nightmares with certain scenes, especially the Comb King and that cat. So no thanks. So yeah. What else is on here? Yeah, I think the C tier itself looks fine. Again, I never cared for 16. And again, Robot Boy, do I need to explain? Do I really need to explain that? Exactly. So now as for the B tiers, honestly, okay. There's a couple I'm gonna lower. I'm gonna lower Batman the Brave and the Bold. Because I just don't think it was that cool. And I'm gonna lower this one only specifically because I just don't like Scooby-Doo. So go cry about it. Same thing with Looney Tunes. I'm gonna lower it down C tier. I just don't care. However, I'm gonna raise a few of these. So I'm gonna raise. Oh. I'm gonna raise Symbionic Titan to A tier. I'm gonna raise Mega XLR to S tier. So these were two shows that, okay, I completely just missed both of these shows. I don't know how I did, because, okay, no, I did not miss Mega XLR. I actually kind of remember that one, but just a very, very brief time, because it was only on very brief in the mid-2000s. But we'll talk about Symbionic Titan first. So, Symbionic Titan, you know, it was a show that came out around 2010. Yeah, 2010, 2011. And, you know, it was amongst, you know, the beginning of the new era for Cartoon Network. And a lot of people were like, fuck yes about this show. And for good reason, because in terms of like the characterization of the main cast and obviously the relationship between them as well as their Titan friend was pretty cool. And just the imagery just looked so like dark. Like some points it also looked like borderline grim dark at points. Like this was a pretty like intense show. But
Unfortunately, it only had one season because of a stupid toy licensing bullshit agreement that Cartoon Network had. I am not kidding. That is exactly why that show got canceled. And, fans are still super pissed about that to this day. So, yeah. Now, as for Mega XLR, honestly, I just like the setting of that one way more. Granted, it's a bit of an older show, and I'm a little bit biased towards, stuff that's like obviously not too old, but definitely just a little bit older. But like, I just like the visuals of Mega XLR a little more because it has like that dark hue that a lot of the shows that came out at the time had. And I just liked a lot of the, designs of the characters. And also, this is one of the few shows where it's like you think that, oh, it's the guy who's like skinny who's the main character, right? No. It's the guy on the right that's the main character. I keep forgetting his name. Sorry, again, I didn't grow up with the show too much, but like either way though, this show gets fucking intense. Like, I can't believe I didn't really care for this show as much because this show's fucking awesome. Like the fight scenes on this one are so, oh my god, they are so awesome. I think some of the people who worked on this also worked on Clone High, so it kind of has like some similar, like dry humor to Clone High. Obviously, more kid friendly considering Cartoon Network compared to MTV. But like, I don't know. It's just one of those shows where I just recommend you guys check it out, even if it's like for a couple of episodes, because the premise is dumb and like there's some pretty like dumb moments, but like it's the type of dumb that's fun. And it's one of those shows where it's the type of show that I like, where it's like it has comedic moments, but it takes itself seriously enough to where I find it just awesome. Because that to me is what I like. That's one of the reasons why I like Teenage Robot. That's one of the main reasons why I like Sly Cooper. That's one of the main reasons why I like Ratchet and Clank, or Avatar: The Last Airbender, or Invader Zim, or like stuff like that, where it's like the perfect like middle ground between mature and then something for kids. It's like that perfect like entry point to more intense shit like Halo or Metal Gear Solid, at least in terms of like thematic stuff, like Metal Gear Solid or Halo, or to a lesser degree Warhammer 40K or stuff like that, so I'm not saying it's directly a lineage of that, but that's just kind of the vibe I get. And Mega XLR is kind of a continuation with that theme. So I highly recommend it. So again, I'm a little biased because I like those type of shows, but whatever. Also, surprisingly, a lot of anime influence, so that I guess I just didn't notice beforehand, but whatever, it is what it is. All right, I think that's pretty much everything I'm gonna be changing in the B tier. In terms of the A tier, okay, actually, there's a lot I'm gonna be changing. So, hi, Puffy, I'm Yumi. Yeah, I'm gonna put this in B tier. It's not as good as I remember it. It's still fine, but I don't think it's as garbage as some people make it out to be. Because I know some people who absolutely hate this show because they're like, oh, this is when like live action began. It's like, it's still a cartoon. They only just had small sections of the real life, band Puffy Yumi, and they were like very brief. So like, calm down. Also got a lot of people probably into pop punk, so good for them. So, all right. As for others, what else would I lower? I don't think I would lower anything else. Oh, I think I'd lower Ozzy and Drix to B tier. It's fine for what it is, but it's definitely not as good as I remember it being. Also, let's just be real here. Like, the movie it's based off of is like half a bad film anyways, so like, No. The animation parts are really good, but it's the live action that sucks balls. So, yeah. Also, I'd probably lower this down to B tier. I'm a little bit biased for the show though, because that's the Yu-Gi-Oh show that got me into the card game and thus tabletop games in general. But yeah, no, it's not as good. And let's just be real here, all the Yu-Gi-Oh shows are not as good as we remember them. So, oh yeah, that's another thing I forgot to mention. I got rid of a lot of the other anime shows on here because they were on Toonami, and Toonami to me is kind of a different beast. Obviously, the exceptions here being Pokemon and the Yu-Gi-Oh shows. But again, keep in mind that like Naruto and One Piece, they were a part of, and Dragon Ball and Sailor Moon, they were a part of the Toonami block. And to me, that just kind of feels a bit different compared to what was on typical Cartoon Network. So keep that in mind. So also just dumb censoring about Yu-Gi-Oh. Just going back to that point, like I don't care what people say, but the censoring with like 4 kids was just really dumb, especially with Yu-Gi-Oh. Like pointing your fucking fingers is as threatening as someone with a gun. Okay, so whatever. Anyways, so what else would I rank? Oh, actually, you know what? Some other shows I would put in S tier. Animaniacs, Codename Kid Next Door, Courage the Cowardly Dog, Billy and Mandy. I'll put that still in A tier. And regular show. Animaniacs, I did not give enough credit. Right, this is the original show. This is not the reboot. Keep that in mind. Although the reboot is actually pretty good as well. But like, God, this show is awesome. It barely counts, but it counts. I recommend this show to you guys. Like, in terms of just flat out slapstick humor, I think this is probably one of the best. Hell, I think it's actually way better than SpongeBob is at points. It's that good. So, or like early SpongeBob, and I know a lot of people like early SpongeBob. So, yeah. Yakko, Wacko, and God damn it, why can't I remember the other one's name? Fuck. Why can't I remember her name? Dot. That's right. So yeah, no, the 3 trio there, pretty cool, and also the Pinky and the Brain segments, they're pretty funny. Even if they are a bit formulaic, it's still fun to watch. Even if it's a show from 30 years ago, that does not matter because the quality is up there. And again, like I mentioned earlier with the Pinky and the Brain, show, this was actually like Steven Spielberg actually had a bit of a say with this. He wasn't like actively involved with the show all the time, but he helped with the creation of it, which I find a pretty interesting, story if you want to look it up. But yeah, no, overall, I recommend it. So now, as for Codename Kid Next Door, I actually binged watched this show earlier this year because I still had HBO Max. I actually still technically have it because of the university thing, the university deal. And yeah, no, it holds up. As a matter of fact, I think I gave it a little bit. I actually gave it too much shit in our first tier list. I fucking love this show. Like, and I forgot just how deep this show got in terms of just its perspective. Because yes, I know it's basically just social commentary about kids versus adults or whatever. But it just goes even beyond that and just goes on like basically just the idea on what it really means to be, both a kid as well as being mature. And that's something I do really like. So overall, I recommend it. And then Courage the Cowardly Dog. I don't even feel like I need to say anything other than that, like, it's basically this. Okay. This, along with Invader Zim, scared not just the kids, but even the parents
of the 2000s. And all I've got to say is thank you for doing that, Courage. You did it well. So, and then lastly, out of the ones I'm just going to be adding to S tier, regular show. Regular show is just an awesome show. Like, out of like the really just LOL random humor shows though, like if like that aren't like just full on slapstick, I'd say this one's probably the best. Like there's, and also just in terms of the Cartoon Network shows from the 2010s, I'd say this one's easily my favorite. Like it's that damn good. So, and like it's also one of those shows where it's like it is slice of life, but like it knows when it has to take itself at least a little bit seriously, despite just the LOL random humor. Like it's able to make the perfect balance between the two styles, and that's why I love it. So go out and watch regular show if you haven't already. There's a reason why it's a cult classic. So do it. Do it now. Or after you watch this, but I don't care. So but yeah, no, I think I would keep the other shows on the same tiering because Shaolin Showdown is cool. I don't think it's amazing though. We Rare Bears is cool. Totally Spies, yes. Yeah, Powerpuff Girls, obviously. Thundercats reboot. That's the best reboot from Thundercats. You'll know exactly what I mean when we get to the other ones. And I said other ones because if you know, you know. Yeah, Billy and Mandy. A part of me wants to put Billy and Mandy in S tier, but like there's some moments that I don't really care for as much as Courage. I don't know. It's cool. It's not my favorite though. So yeah, Chowder, Ben 10, yeah, A tier shows. Code Lyoko, underrated. So. And then, yeah, no, I'm keeping all the shows that I put in S tier originally. I'm still going to have them in the S tier. As a matter of fact, I'm still going to have the Clone Wars as my favorite show. Like, it's that good. Like, again, I'm biased because, if you know me, Star Wars is like my favorite. I think it's my favorite overall franchise. Obviously, Sly Cooper holds a special place in my heart, but like in terms of just, mainstream franchises is my favorite. And this really did give justice to the era of the Clone Wars in terms of, the Star Wars universe, especially with, the dynamic between the clones, Rex, actually making Anakin a fucking badass character. It honestly made him my favorite Star Wars character. Like Clone Wars Anakin can fucking he fucking just wrecks most other Star Wars characters. He's that goddamn cool. So obviously yeah, the scenes with Obi-Wan are pretty cool. And also the fact that they were able to make Ahsoka amongst one of the Star Wars franchises, like a lot of the Star Wars fan base's favorite character, it's just okay. That was scary. Into like a lot of people's favorite character is just insane because everyone used to hate Ahsoka when this show came out, but then near the end of this, everyone was sobbing near the end. If you know, you know. But overall, amazing show. Go out and watch it. Like, it deserves your attention. So, what else? Oh yeah, Samurai Jack, S tier. Again, I'd say in terms of like, original IPs by, basically in terms of like Cartoon Network originals, Samurai Jack is just easily the best one. Like, the fact that like most of season 1, there was no voice acting. There was barely any voice acting in it. Like, people forget, most of season 1 had no voice acting. It was all just visuals. The fact that they were able to pull that off and continue to have, continue, like they basically continued people's attention for that show is a testament to the craft of show don't tell that not Tartakovsky, who worked on this show. God damn it, I forgot who worked on Samurai Jack. Fuck, hold on. Keep forgetting the name of the guy. Was it Tartakovsky? Yes, Gendy Tartakovsky. That just is a testament to his craft and how he was able to just achieve that through this show. So, hell, even the Adult Swim season that they did was a pretty good conclusion, I'd say, overall. So, go out and watch Samurai Jack. Honestly, go watch all the shows in S tier and A tier. That's all I've got to say. But yeah, no, in terms of some of this other stuff, I'm not going to really repeat too much of some of this other stuff that I've said before. I'm just going to be real quick. Generator X, S tier, another show that just completely got shafted by the network, and as a result, they kind of had to rush the ending. It's still a solid show overall, though. Even though it got sandwiched between Adventure Time and regular show. In terms of pure action shows, though, it was pretty cool. Visuals are awesome. Yeah, no, just check it out. Go watch it. Same thing with Gumball. Like, though Gumball did last a little bit too long, I feel like. I would still recommend it anyways. Like in terms of like just the pure comedy shows. Well, okay, Johnny Bravo. Okay, we'll talk about that in a second. But overall, though, Gumball, in terms of like modern, just flat out comedy shows, released in like the past 12 years, I think that it's the one that holds up the most. So I recommend it in that aspect. So, yeah. Okay, then we've got Johnny Bravo. So I know, like, the whole joke, like, I know a lot of people like to associate him with the fact that, like, he always just so happens to come up with, women and he gets rejected or whatever. But he's more than just that. Like, he has a lot of, like, other, like, funny attributes, especially in the first, like, 2 seasons of the show. Like, there's enough teeth to go just beyond him just being, that type, and how there was even multiple episodes that even like addressed that very issue. So the fact that they even tackled that issue, I think is a testament. Hell, I think the person who worked on Johnny Bravo apparently went on to work on some other shows. Oh yeah, I forgot as well. Butch Hartman also worked on this show. Damn. But wasn't there a guy who worked on Family Guy who also worked on this? Which I know. Whatever. But you know what? Yeah, you know what? Overall, it's still good. I'd recommend Johnny Bravo. Even if some parts have been dated, you have to also remember it's a show from 25 years ago. So obviously there's going to be some elements that are dated, but it's still good. Classic 3000, another underrated show made by Andre 3000 of Outcast. And, just in terms of its visuals and also just a lot of the messages that this show has, it's pretty cool. Granted, it actually, funny enough, it's I wouldn't say it's like Hey Arnold or Recess or something like that, but like it's a little bit different than that. It's a bit more lighthearted. Well, okay, I don't want to say lighthearted, but it's a lot more interesting than people give it credit for. And
in terms of its visual style and getting kids into music, I always approve of that. So I'd recommend it anyways. So, and then obviously the original Teen Titans. Like, need I say more? It's literally this. It's Cartoon Network's Avatar. Like, I don't even need to say anything about that, other than that it's an awesome show and you need to check it out. Don't want I still don't like Teen Titans Go. I'm not even gonna bother explaining why that show's garbage. But in terms of original Teen Titans, amazing, solid. Go out and watch it. So, especially since I think you better hurry up before HBO Max removes it, because that's another elephant in the room. A lot of these shows are getting removed off of fucking goddamn HBO Max because they don't give a shit about animation. But that's a discussion for another day. So, but yeah, no, okay. And now, as for all of these shows, I think I'm gonna make this one pretty quick because I'm just gonna be honest. Some of these shows I haven't even seen before. But in terms of just getting enough on here, I just wanted to make sure I added all of these. So, Two Stupid Dogs, I have not watched, so I can't really say anything about that. God damn it, I can't even remember what the name of that show is. It's a spin-off of Totally Spies. Yeah, Amazing Spies. The Amazing Spies. I have not watched that either, so I can't really comment on that. Atomic Betty. I have not watched that. Batman Beyond. This is probably gonna make some people mad, but C tier. I know a lot of people already thought this was just an inferior version of Batman the Animated Series anyways, so, but how I feel about it is just kind of a whatever show. So, yeah. Ben 10 Ultimate Alien. I know some people, like, this just feels like another season of Alien Swarm, if I'm going to be honest. Like, it really, I don't know why they marketed this as, like, a separate show, because it's basically just the same thing as this, which is not a bad thing. It's just kind of similar to Ben 10 Alien Force. So, here's what it is. Casper's, I don't know how I forgot about this. Okay, no, I remember why I forgot about the show, because this show is garbage. F tier. It's another late 2000s, early 2010s CGI show that really shouldn't have existed in the first place and has no purpose of existing. So, bad. Don't watch it. The Cramp Twins, I have not watched, though it doesn't really look that good, so I might just skip out on it. It kind of reminds me of Squirrel Boy in terms of its like visual design, and if that reminds me of that, that's probably not a good sign. So yeah. Evil Con Carne. This is one of the spin-off shows of, well, okay, Grim and Evil is actually the original show, so I'm gonna talk about this. To me, Grim and Evil and Billy and Mandy are basically the same show. So I'm going to put them in A tier. Which means it's a good, I guess kind of prequel to Billy and Mandy. So in that aspect, I do recommend it. Though it's weird that they kind of changed the show. I don't know. It was the early 2000s. It was weird. Yeah, Cartoon Network was kind of weird at the time with that. So... now, as for Con Carne, I didn't care for this one as much, so I'm going to put this one in C tier. It just kind of exists. So, this Green Lantern show, D tier. The show's really dumb, especially since it was following up on the garbage 2011 Green Lantern movie that, like, no one remembers because it's bad. So, yeah, don't bother. All right. Actually, oh my god, it's already dark outside. Fuck. I'm not used to that. Anyways, I can't believe I forgot about this show whenever we first did this tier list. Hero 108. Yeah, this was like a big deal back in 2010 and 2011.
Yeah, no, the same time as Adventure Time and regular show. They also marketed this show a lot. Hell, they even made a full-on MMORPG based off of this show. I don't know how they did it, but they did.
But like, if I'm gonna be honest though, like, it's not that good. I'm gonna put this in like a low C, maybe even high D. It's flash animation, but like generic. And they tried to make the story bigger than it actually was, and it just didn't really work out. I know the show has a has a cult following, but like I don't. It's not for me. If you like it, you can like it, but it just felt too cheap. So it just felt like you can easily tell it's a flash animated show. That's my big thing. Is that like they don't even hide the fact that it was cheap. So I don't know. That's kind of how I feel. So all right, what's next? Oh, Jellystone. This is a newer show that I have not watched. So I can't really comment on that. Nor the Justice League action. I've seen the trailers of this, but I didn't watch it. So, yeah. All right. Oh, okay. I feel like I think we just reached a pretty good time to talk about all the Lego shows that were on, cuz I blocked this out of my memory. Yeah. Starting around 2011, there were shows that Lego was trying to do, based off of a lot of their properties that they had, like a lot of the original IPs that Lego was doing at the time. Which, okay. Once we get to the next tier list, obviously we're gonna have to talk about that band. But I know I threw shade at Lego 2 years ago when we first did our modern bands tier list. But let it be known, I don't hate Lego. I grew up with Lego. Lego is cool. It's awesome. Especially if you're trying to build an army for Star Wars or even one of the original IPs. So let it be known that I like that stuff. However, I was kind of becoming a teen by the time that these shows were coming out. And this is just some of the stuff I just stopped. I just didn't really care for, especially considering that I don't know, a lot of these early ones, like Ninjago and Chima in particular, definitely looked weird to say the least. So I don't know how to describe it other than it's just weird though, because it's the animation is what's the problem with these shows. And okay, to be fair, the writing can be kind of cringe too. The feeling that I feel that I get from both Ninjago and Chima is the same feeling that I have with Yu-Gi-Oh! The original Yu-Gi-Oh! I should say, where it's just really dumb. And you could tell that there were a lot of creative changes to where they had to make it both of these shows a lot more kid friendly. And you also have to keep in mind that we're talking about the Lego company here. They also had some other really, really bad shows that they released back in the early to mid 2000s. I don't want to get down that rabbit hole, but let's just for the sake of time, they did not have a good track record when it came to help making shows, or at least helping with licensing with shows. So, and some of that still carried over by this point. So now I know there's Monkey Kid that came out last year. That show surprisingly has some of the best animation I've ever seen. What? But we're not ranking that. We're ranking Ninjago and Chima. which I think Ninjago is actually still going on to this day. But I don't know. I'm dragging this point on a little bit too long. I guess my short thing is that like I never cared as much. Same thing with Chima. Though I think this one's weaker for sure. For those who don't know, Chima was basically just sort of this is what I was one of the things I was referring to with the Thundercats, because this show came out 2 years after the Thundercats reboot in 2011. And that made a lot of Thundercats fans pissed, because in a lot of ways, and I can see it, the story of Chima was very similar to that of Thundercats. Especially the main character of Chima looked like he looked like a lot of the characters from Thundercats. That rubbed a lot of people wrong. It also didn't help that a lot of Ninjago fans hated Chima because they thought it was going to replace Ninjago at the time, which that was what was planned. Ninjago was going to end after 2013, and then Chima was going to take its place, but that didn't happen. As a matter of fact, the opposite happened, where Chima only lasted a couple years, and then Ninjago is still around to this day. So, which I have my own issues on that, but that's probably a discussion for another day. That might even be a separate tier list. Hint, hint, wink, 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 wink. Hint, hint, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. But yeah, no. Regardless though, both these shows I just don't care for. The sets look awesome. Especially though to be fair, I was kind of a teenager, so that by that point I was kind of fading away from Lego, though I kind of have that still as a special place in my heart, at least a little bit. But it is what it is. Now, as for these two other shows, I have not watched either of these, Mixels and Unikitty. Unikitty obviously being based off of Unikitty from the Lego movie, and then Mixels being another subset series of Lego. Go look it up. I don't know how to describe it. But yeah, no, I didn't really watch those, so nor did I watch this miniseries, I don't know what it's called. I didn't watch it regardless, so yeah. Unfortunately, I did watch this next show, the Superhero Squad show, and it's bad. So before Disney owned a big chunk of Marvel, back in 2008, this show was made, and it's bad. It's really bad. It's F tier. It has no redeeming values, because it's basically just the Marvel characters, except it's not as I don't want to say it's as insulting as Teen Titans Go or Powerpuff Girls 2016 or this Ben 10 reboot right here, but it's kind of in a similar category in terms of tone, and it just does not work. It also doesn't help that this was part of a marketing campaign for some weird action figures that were going on. I don't know. I don't care. I don't want to care. So no. So yeah, no, it's not worth your time. What is worth your time is Over the Garden Wall, which I know I neglected last time, because when we first did this list, because I didn't want to add miniseries. But this is easily S tier. This is a beautiful little show. It's only, I think, 4 or 5 episodes, but it's worth it because the animation's great, the story's great. It actually has both Mark Hamill of Star Wars fame, as well as Elijah Wood of Lord of the Rings fame on here. 2 legends of fictional universes. So the fact that it has the voice talents of both of them in this show really just holds this up just by itself. But even just being a more self-contained fantasy and almost even horror-like at points show, I find super fantastic, and I highly recommend it. Like, granted, I don't know if I would say that it deserves to be brought back, because it's meant to be a miniseries. But just in terms of a self-contained, journey that's only about, the same length as a movie, it's fantastic. Go watch it. So, yeah. All right, next up, Robotany. I don't think I watched this. I think I remember watching this in ads, but I don't remember it too much, so I didn't really care. Sheep in the Big City. C tier. I just don't like the designs. The sheep himself looks like he's always just angry. Like that just bothers me. So that's one of the reasons why I didn't care. But it's also like, it's like dry humor, but like not the dry humor that I like. I don't know, it's just a lot of the a lot of just the things that they were saying just didn't land. I don't know if it's just me, but I just didn't care for this as much. So, I don't know. Now, a surprise that I am genuinely surprised I actually have not seen before is Static Shock. So, this was Warner Brother Animation's earlier shows. Like, this is one of the earlier DC shows. And surprisingly, I would put this in A tier. I don't typically care for a lot of other, DC shows, obviously Teen Titans being an exception. But in terms of being a precursor, this came out in the year 2000, so it's an early 2000s sort of thing. Yeah, no, it's pretty good. Especially since this is... Honestly, I would compare this show, oddly enough, to Gargoyles from, Disney. It kind of has a similar vibe. Not in terms of, looks or, even tone, but, in terms of just what they were about. Because both shows, were about, basically superheroes or whatever. But they tackled, serious real life scenarios on occasion. And, that's kind of what Static Shock brought up. Especially considering that, the main character, he is canonically, he's African American. And it really does showcase some of the lifestyle of the community and even the stuff that they have to face, which is something that I find pretty interesting, especially for a show that came out in the early 2000s. Because, you got to keep in mind that, a lot of these shows, despite me really liking a lot of these shows that came out, in the 90s, in the early 2000s, not a lot of a lot of them, let's be real here, they were kind of I guess white people led. So to see, at least, a crack in that mold is genuinely commendable. And just in terms of just the, DC shows, I actually think is one of the better ones, as you can clearly see. So I recommend it just off of, that. So yeah, no, it's pretty cool. Oh god, this is a show that I completely blocked out of my memory. What is this show? Yeah, Stormhawks. I can't believe I actually forgot about this show. This came out in 2007, and while it's not as bad as some of these other shows, it's still just kind of whatever. So I'm gonna put this in C tier. I completely forgot about this too, because this was on a lot, back in 2007 and 8, before the Clone Wars. I genuinely can't believe I forgot about this show. But I mean, in all honesty though, it's okay. I mean, in terms of the CGI cartoons that were airing, especially by that point, it's whatever. you know. But yeah, no, like it's just funny enough. Like honestly, I think the best comparison that I can make this show, ironically enough, is the Secret Saturdays. Though I'd rather watch Secret Saturdays any day of the week than this, because at least with that, there were some really that one was a show about cryptids, and yeah, Secret Saturdays was basically about cryptids, and that was pretty cool. And so it had an identity, but with this show, it didn't really have it. It was just kind of a generic action show. So not bad, but not great. So yeah. SWAT Cats. I am actually kicking myself that I forgot about this show because this is literally Hanna-Barbera's last major cartoon, if we don't count Powerpuff Girls or Dexter's Lab or Johnny Bravo. Yeah, this is sort of their last like big like, you know, original IP before they transitioned over into Cartoon Network fully. But naturally, this is on the list because the last few seasons were actually on Cartoon Network. Yeah, no, this show's easy A tier. Like, God, the animation, mwah, like it's for the early to mid 90s. It's fucking awesome. Like, and just the whole, you know, crime aspect that it kind of goes for, you know, crime theme. You know, the name is literally in it, SWAT Cats. It's a cool action show, and I do recommend it just out of that principle. So do it, go watch it. So all right, next up, this is the show that made me mad because of the name, The Fun Guys. No, I have not watched it because of that. And I refuse to watch it because of the name. Because it's a dumb name. Because it's a pun, and I hate the pun. So, bad. Fortunately, I did watch Thundercats Roar, which is the actual reboot of Thundercats that I was talking about. The other one. And yeah, no, it's F tier. It's in the same vein as Powerpuff Girls 2016 and this Ben 10 reboot and Teen Titans Go. It's literally all that crap. So I don't bother. This I have not watched yet. Tig. Yeah. Yeah. It's I have not watched it, so I can't really say anything. Nor We Baby Bears. I've not watched either of those. Next up. Oh yeah, the 2003 Ninja Turtles. I was shocked. I didn't know this was on Cartoon Network. Because this was before Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles became associated with Nickelodeon. So, yeah, no, like the second and third seasons of the 2003 Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was on Cartoon Network. It wasn't on Fox. Interesting. And you know what? This I might get a lot of hate for this, but I'm gonna put this in A tier. In terms of like the Ninja Turtle shows, besides the most recent one from 2018, this is probably the other one that I'd rather watch. Yes, I know it's by 4Kids, and we all know how 4Kids kind of sucks in a lot of ways. But like the problem with 4Kids is not necessarily because they made bad shows. It was because they dubbed shows from Japan horribly. That's why 4Kids is infamous. It's because of just their horrible dubs of anime and just the censoring of them to where it just felt like, you know, Americanized, you know, propaganda in a lot of ways. And I mean that in the literal sense too. However, with this show, it did just like this one sorry, yeah, with the Ninja Turtles show, it was just one of those things like with this show. Like it took itself a little bit more seriously. But you know what? Fuck the haters. I thought it was way better than the original show, than the original 80s show, and I will stand by that. I know that's a contentious point, but fight me. I don't care. So yeah, no, I'd say this one's solid. So, hey, Sylvian, welcome back to the stream. Sorry, I did not. Oh shoot, you were on here for a while. I'm so sorry. They didn't make bad shows. They made shows, but yeah, no, that's the problem with 4Kids is that they made shows bad, and that sucks. So, but it is what it is. All right, next up. Oh, I have not watched this. Yeah. Reboot of Total Drama, but like Total Drama with babies. Kind of like baby Looney Tunes, I guess. So, no thanks. Any show that like basically makes it to where it's kid versions or like baby versions of like your main cast is probably not going to be good. So, no thanks. So, yeah. All right, next up. Oh, Transformers animated. Yeah, this was a thing. I also watched this, and it was weird. Because I'm putting in D tier. So, yeah. So now we've got the live action shows. And you know what? Because of what they represent, they get their own special tier, just like Dan Schneider. I'm going to call it the Cringe Crew, because that's exactly what this all is. Oh, I forgot. Oh, shoot. I forgot about one more show. Hold on. I got to make another picture because I forgot this was even a thing. Hold on. Okay, this is the perfect size. Aw, damn it. Now I gotta freaking... God damn it. I really did shoot myself in the foot tonight, did I? Wow. I know, I'm a horrible, I'm horrible at, like, keeping track of whether or not I actually made pictures for shows or not. I know. But the show is called Survive This, by the way. It was like a kind of knockoff of the show Survivor, but with like teenagers. It was really dumb. Hold on. There we go. Okay, let me just comment on some of these while I work on this. So I'm just gonna say overall though that like all of these shows are just yes, Cartoon Network had a live action section in 2009. Why? I don't know. Oh, I know why. It's because Nickelodeon and Disney Channel had live action sections, and because they were doing so well with that, you know, the execs at Cartoon Network thought it would be a good idea to try to do the same thing, but they forgot what they were. Cartoon Network. It's in the fucking name. Like, you can't change what you were identifying as before. And they just went against the principles of the entire network. And what who formed Cartoon Network? It's Bob someone. Or Ted Turner. Yeah, it goes against what Ted Turner wanted, which was to make a network for documenting all the cartoons that existed, you know, from the 80s back. Like, that was the whole point of the network. And eventually, that network would eventually have its own cartoons so that it can expand that library even more. That was the whole point of Cartoon Network. Not live action garbage. Like, if you wanted that, just go watch Nickelodeon or Disney Channel. Like, there was no purpose for that for Cartoon Network. So, at the end of the day, the reason why I'm putting all of these shows, in their own, category, even lower than some of the other crap. Like, because, like, even though these might technically not be the worst shows, as a matter of fact, I think Teen Titans Go is way worse than a lot of these, and I even think that the Powerpuff Girls reboot and Problem Solvers and like that crap, like basically the era they came after the CN Real era of 2009, I think that like that's actually the worst era, because there was like only a handful full of shows that I liked, but even then they weren't popular. So yeah, like that's my point, is that it's what it's what these shows represent, is why I'm putting all of these in their own. Oh fuck, I forgot about another show. Oh no. Oh no. I can't believe I forgot about this other garbage show. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. How can I forget this bullshit? We've got another one we've got to add. Hold on. Although it's mostly my fault for not doing the proper research. I can't believe I forgot about this cringe. Thankfully, this show is like completely forgotten about anyways, but the fact that this even existed is insulting. All right. Let's add this crap. This cringe. There we go. All right. Survive this. Yeah, you're continuing to be the part of the cringe crew. But I can't believe I forgot this existed. The high fructose adventures of the annoying orange. Ooh! I'm gonna do the same thing that I did to a band that I did like the last tier list. Hold on. Words cannot describe how bad this show is. Hold on. Yeah. I'm doing this again because I think it's funny. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. The 10th layer. If you know, you know. It's that bad of a show. I can't believe I forgot that this existed. But after Googling searching survive this, it popped up on the side. Don't watch this show. It is literally one of the worst things on television, like that, was aired for children. It is garbage. It is dog shit. It is everything that is just horrible about even just having, like, you know, internet celebrities be a part of your show. Because yes, that's what this show is. It's a fucking, you know, it was Cartoon Network's basically their attempt at like their own Fred, but instead with the annoying orange. That's all you need to know. And it deserves to be in a layer that is even below the cringe crew. I'd rather watch any of these shows. Hell, I'd even rather watch fucking Teen Titans Go and Steven Universe than this. And that's saying a lot, because you guys know how much I fucking hate Steven Universe and Teen Titans Go at this point. It is bad. Like, there's nothing redeeming about this. So, fuck this show. It's dog shit. And thankfully, for once, no one's going to disagree, because everyone hates this show. So, it can fuck off for all I know. But yeah, no, that's the Cartoon Network list. Goddamn, this took a little bit longer than I thought, but at the end of the day, it's been about, 2 years since I've done this list before anyways, so it was about time I did a proper update to this list. So now, that being said, we've got one more list to do tonight, and thankfully we just have enough time to go over that. And it's going to be our first tier list. Oh, well, okay, it's going to be an updated version of our first tier list, where we got rid of a few bands, but I'll get into that. So yeah, we just went through the appetizers and, like, maybe even like the beginning salad and the breadsticks, or, tortilla chips if you want to go by, like, Mexican restaurant logic, or even, like, I don't know, whatever. This was your sides. Like, the previous lists were the sides. This was the appetizer. Let's head into the main course, where we're going to be updating our modern bands tier list. So obviously I still have the original one up, so if you want to do that, you can check this out right now. But I have updated the list, and I have added a few rules to it. So basically, I added a few rules. So number one, I decided to get rid of the wild card bands. So basically, any group that had, a debut before the year 1990, I decided to omit. So Red Hot Chili Peppers, Soundgarden, Nirvana, Nine Inch Nails, and Nirvana, Soundgarden, Red Hot Chili Peppers, and The Offspring. That's right. Those have been removed from the list because they debuted before what I consider to be the era of modern rock. So, and to me, they fit more in with classic rock because of that stipulation. So that's rule number one. Rule number two, no Christian or religious bands. If you guys know me, I have a huge bias against Christian rock. It's mostly because I can't stand the lyrics. I think a lot of the bands are cringe. And in the case of bands like POD and, Skillet, they literally fund hate groups with their money. And so because of that, it is extremely dodgy if you promote a Christian rock group. That does not mean that they are all bad, but I personally have put all of those bands in F tier because of just what they represent and just because of my personal values. Also because I know there's going to be an asshole who's going to be like, oh, you like Christian rock, if I put it above a fucking D tier. There's going to be an asshole like that, and I'm going to get pissed. So yeah, that's rule number two. Rule number three, bands I basically made it to where there were quite a few bands that disappointingly weren't really that popular, as in, like, they didn't really have a lot of listeners on Spotify. And so basically I decided to cut out all the bands that did not have a lot of Spotify listeners, and basically made it to where they have to have at least close to 1 million listeners on Spotify, because to me that's what counts as a legacy band, i.e., or like just the band that's well known. So unfortunately, that does mean our favorite band since October is gone, and that does they're Christian rock, so they wouldn't count anyways. Out of character. But that also unfortunately means that Chiodos does not count. You guys know how much I love Chiodos, but unfortunately, they only have roughly around 500k listeners, and so they do not count. Sad, I know. But with that stipulation in mind, that means I added actually a lot of bands that we've actually discussed before on our other genre tier lists. So from our post-hardcore metalcore tier list, our emo tier list, our new metal tier list, our grunge tier list, and our post-grunge tier list. Which there's actually a lot more than some people think. So there's still like over 150 bands. As a matter of fact, there's 200. But don't worry, it's not gonna take me too long to go through this list. If that's your response. Okay, there we go. So I'm gonna make my thoughts quick on this list, or at least as quick as I can. But there's also a few bands that I have not talked about before on this list, and I'm gonna make sure that I'm actually going to. Yes, this already. Oh no, it's divided up by freaking name. God damn it. So, but yeah, no, we're basically going to talk about bands we've discussed before on our show first. Then we'll go through bands that we haven't talked about before. So, or like artists or whatever. And as you can see, I've made plenty of new pictures so that it's easier for me to see who's on the list. And also it's going to be easier for anyone else who wants to check out this updated list. So feel free to check it out if you're interested. So yeah, it keeps not responding because of just how many pictures. Well, I might need to refresh this, but it's fine. Yeah, we talked about Candlebox before, Collective Soul. And again, genre stipulations are not a thing on this list. Any genre goes. As long as there was a debut of an LP from the year 1990 onwards, it counts. So, yeah, it counts for the list. Yes, we talked about Dance Gavin Dance. Fuck. Okay, it's gonna make us refresh, isn't it? Damn it, it messed up. Okay, whatever, fine. We'll talk about. Okay, you know what? We'll talk about the bands we've already discussed from the original list. So, because I've changed my mind quite a bit. And that was reflective on where I placed a lot of the bands that I've talked about, on this list, and then just throughout the other lists. So, here we go. Let's go over this. So, yeah, Green Day, Rage Against the Machine, and Fall Out Boy are still my top 3 favorite bands of all time. That's probably never going to change. Green Day, again, poster. Need I say more? Need I say more? Rage Against the Machine. Need I say more? Hell, I even have my own poster now of Rage Against the Machine. Wait, hold on. Oh, shoot. Ah, damn it. Freaking thing's blocking. Hold on. God damn it. I wish I had multiple cameras. Hold on. Let me... Okay, it should be clear now. Come on. Yeah, look at that. Rage Against the Machine poster back there. Of their debut as well. So easily one of the best bands of the 90s. And for better or for worse, they made nu metal. So there you go. And then for Fall Out Boy, they were the band that got me into rock music. So I hold a special place in their heart. Like, they hold a special place in my heart. And, you know, their first 4 albums, well, okay, first 5 albums, actually. I forgot about Evening Out with Your Ex-Boyfriend, because that technically counts, though Fall Out Boy, the band, they don't acknowledge that album because it was released outside of their permission. It was a whole thing. Look it up. I thought it was an LP, or I thought it was an EP, but it's not. It's actually a full-fledged album. And surprisingly, it's still good. Even if, you know, production's rough, though, whatever. I don't want to get into the semantics. But overall, you know, Take This to Your Grave, From Under the Cork Tree, Infinity on High, Bolita, and like I said, Evening Out with Your Ex-Girlfriend, Evening Out with Your Boyfriend, or girlfriend, whatever, their first real album. They are all really damn good. So even though Fall Out Boy has kind of fell out with Mania, they still hold a special place in my heart. So S tier for them. Also S tier, and they're still going to be S tier, are, you know, all these other bands up here. So System of a Down, S tier. They become my 4th favorite band. Hell, I even had the System of a Down poster from last year. It's hanging in the room at my cousin's house across the country, but it was actually hanging in front of my monitor the past summer whenever I was streaming. You guys couldn't see it, but I could see it. So yeah, no, they're awesome. Great band. No bad album. So even Steal This album is good. So go check them out. Paramore. Also S tier. The only album that's kind of a meh is After Laughter. But other than that, they are still a solid band. And I respect their craft. So check them out. Deftones. You know what? I think I gave Ohms a little bit too much shit. I've grown on that album. And a part of me has grown a little bit on Gore, though I personally still think that Gore doesn't have a candle to Adrenaline or Around the Fur or even White Pony. It does not touch how good White Pony is. But yeah, no. Good band. So another top 10. Oh, Soundgarden doesn't count. So, but you know what? Pearl Jam, people talk shit about Pearl Jam a lot. And it's annoying because it's like, dude, they're one of the big 4 grunge. And like, people talk shit about them because it's like, oh, you can't understand what they're saying. Dude, literally, if you actually fucking pay attention to what Eddie Vedder is saying, then you would understand what the fuck he's saying. And also, that's his natural voice anyways. So, like, you're just talking shit about his vocal style. Because it's a forced vocal... Well, it's not a forced vocal style. It's what he naturally sings as. Unlike a lot of other post-grunge and grunge bands from that time, where they were just imitating him. So... Also, like, to say that, like, Yield and Lightning Bolt and Avocado were bad albums is, like, not fun, because those are good albums. So, but whatever, you get my point. Pearl Jam is a band that I respect, and they've been around with me for a long time, so I hold them to special credence. So, yeah. What else? Oh yeah, Seven Dust, Chevelle, and Tool. S-tier bands. Not changing that. Though, I'm gonna be honest, I think I'm gonna put Rammstein in A tier. I think I gave them a little bit too much credit, though that doesn't mean that they're a bad band. They're actually still pretty good. So, yeah, no. Rammstein, they're cool, but they're not my favorite. But I am gonna put Alice in Chains, My Chemical Romance, and that's it. Up in S tier. I have grown a pretty good appreciation for Alice in Chains in recent years. Like, and they're more than just Facelift and Dirt. Their self-titled's pretty good, and hell, even a lot of their late stuff is pretty good. Because their 2018 record, I was surprised with how pretty damn good that album was. So yeah, because they're still around. People don't realize this, but Alice in Chains is still around to this day. It's just Lane Staley, the original lead singer, passed. Well, one of the lead singers, because they actually had two. He unfortunately passed away in 2002. So rest in peace to him. But the other lead singer, he's still around, and he's still carrying the torch of what they kept doing since the early 90s. And more power to them. So good. But yeah, I'd say they're pretty good. However, a band that I'm actually going to lower on the list is Shinedown, because that new album is making me question whether they were even good to begin with. And if that's the case, that is not good. Actually, that's
it's not good.
Thanks, Fantano. Thanks for that. I kind of forgot that he was there. I'm not gonna lie. I completely forgot I had the not good, but whatever. Well, it's appropriate now we're talking about music, so. But whatever. You get my point. So. But yeah, no. I'd say the other one I'm probably gonna bring down is Finger 11. They're not bad, but their late stuff, basically past Us versus Them versus You, is I didn't really care for. So, but that's just me. Now, as for bands I'm going to be bringing up, AFI, Incubus, Linkin Park, and Stone Temple Pilots. As a matter of fact, I'm going to be putting... you know what? Fuck it. I'm putting Incubus in S tier. So, another band that I've actually grown on a lot, especially in the past year and a half, is Incubus. Actually, past 3 years now, think about it. So, because they started off as nu metal, then they went to post-grunge, then they went to pop rock. They went through a huge transition throughout the decades. And honestly, the only bad album I'd say is probably their 2011 record. I know people hated 8. I don't hate 8. But Science, Make Yourself, Morning View, Light Grenades, they are so damn good in terms of albums. And they're just solid listening experiences. Hell, even Fungus Among Us. I know people I know the band hates Fungus Among Us, but in terms of nu metal, it's actually pretty damn good. So, yeah, I recommend. They become a personal favorite of mine. So, recommend them. Oh shoot! You know what else I'm also gonna bring up into A tier? Kill Switch Engage. I cannot believe that I did not give Kill Switch Engage enough credit, because they were, funny enough, they were actually a band that Kai and Austin knew about, but I didn't know about. They both really liked Kill Switch Engage. But I just kind of listened in for the tier list at the time. But I've really grown on them, especially a lot of the stuff that they made in the mid 2000s. Because they basically were the defining voice for metalcore at the time. So, yeah, overall, a band that I did not give enough credit to in either the original stream
or the metalcore tier list we did, because they deserve more recognition for basically popularizing metalcore eventually in the early 2010s. So highly recommend you guys at least check out their early stuff. So now as for AFI, that one is more of a personal thing, because like, although I'd say they're like in the lower echelons of A tier, because I've actually, I said that before, the reason why I didn't put them in A tier or even S tier was because I didn't really care for a lot of their stuff from the 90s. But I've actually grown on a lot of that stuff. Like, not all of it, because it still sounds too hardcore for me. But in terms of like their punk years, I think that they did pretty well. And how even like throughout the 2000s, again, I still hold December Underground and The Art of Drowning to be amongst some of the best, sort of emo / hardcore albums. So, yeah. I know people talk shit about Crash Love Onwards, and to be fair, their most recent album from last year wasn't that good, but I thought Crash Love was fine. And Burials. I thought those were okay albums. So, yeah, good. Stone Temple Pilots, they are a band that, again, just like Alice in Chains, I've grown to respect a lot in recent years. Granted, not as much. They still have their stinkers, and admittedly, some of their late stuff hasn't been that great, but I will defend their stuff, that most of the stuff that came out in the 90s, as well as Shangri-La Da, and their first self-titled. So, really good. And then as for Linkin Park, I think I gave him a little bit too much shit because of the fact that, like, I still hold by the fact that I don't like Living Things and that I don't like One Last Light. However, 1,000 Suns, oddly enough, I've gone back to that album and I thought that album was actually fine, which ranks them back up into the A tier. So, granted, if Living Things didn't exist and instead we had a different album, or if it was just Hybrid Theory and Meteora, they easily be S tier. Because I've mentioned this before, Hybrid Theory and Meteora are two of my favorite albums of all time. So, easy. One of the best new metal, rap rock bands, I guess. They're new metal adjacent, so, they were on, whatever. New metal's a weird genre. I don't want to get into that, like, whole thing. So, good. That's all I gotta say. What else? Yeah, I'd say, there's one band in B tier I'm going to have to bring down. Marilyn Manson. If I'm gonna be honest, I've only really kind of pretended to like Marilyn Manson, if I'm just gonna be fully honest. And this is even just besides the shit that, the whole drama and the controversies involving Marilyn Manson. It's also just the fact that, I only really liked Marilyn Manson's first two albums and Golden Age of Grotesque. So literally only three of the albums that Marilyn Manson worked on. I didn't like The Dope Show. I didn't like Hollywood. I only pretended to like those albums because Kai loved Marilyn Manson. And I kind of wanted to, not shit on people's parade because I don't like doing that. But it's like, this band's not very good. So I kind of had to. I don't know. I don't want to get into it. But overall, yeah, Marilyn Manson's not that good. So now, as for the C tiers, there's going to be a lot that's going to be changing in this tier. So, some for better, some for worse. So, 30 Seconds to Mars, F. Especially with the Jared Leto bullshit. No.
Breaking Benjamin, D tier. No. You guys should know my opinions on that by now. Bring Me the Horizon, B tier. CoD Cambria, high B tier, almost A tier. I gave them too much shit when I first listened to them. Creed, D tier. Jimmy Eat World, you know what? I'll put them in B tier. Panic at the Disco, they're going back in B tier with that new album. I'll talk about that when I get to that. Oh shoot, I accidentally put Radiohead in C tier. No, they're in B tier. Why did I put them down there? Okay, whatever. Rob Zombie, B tier. Saliva, they're really just a D tier band. And then Third Eye Blind, B tier. And yeah. So, let's talk about the negatives first. Again, if you've watched our new metal or post-grunge tier list, you know exactly why I don't like Breaking Benjamin. They were a band I used to like, but then I started listening to a lot of their deep cuts, and they sounded the fucking same every goddamn time. And it was annoying. So, it's the same new metal post-grunge crap that they've been doing since Saturate. And I can't defend that. So, no thanks. As for Creed, I gave him a little bit too much credit because of a few, I gave him a little bit too much credit because it's like, they weren't that bad, but then I listened to their deep cuts and then I was like, yeah, they're not that good. So, yeah, I don't think Creed should be deserved of any praise. And then as for Saliva, I still hold by the fact that Saliva sounds really funny because of the that shit where he sounds like a literal loogie. But yeah, no, they're not good. Like, if we're gonna be objective about this, they're not a good band. So, not the worst, but they're not good. What else is on here? Oh yeah, and then as for the bands that I brought up, yeah, no, CoD Cambria. Okay, I still don't like the fact that you have to read a master's thesis of every goddamn song to understand the fuck is going on, because their whole shtick is that they make rock operas for every single album, except for their 2015 album, but that's an exception, not the rule, about the Amory Wars, which is basically just some sort of sci-fi Halo, Star Wars, Star Trek bullshit thing. But in terms of their early stuff, specifically Good Apollo, I'm Burning Star 4 Volume 1 from Fear Through the Eyes of Madness. I know that's a paragraph. That album's good. Basically their emo era is pretty good. And also, their new album that they dropped a couple months ago, pretty good. So, I recommend that. So, though, do be cautious, because Coheed fans are like Tool fans. They are pretentious as fuck. So, but instead of being a bunch of old people in their 40s or 50s, it's a bunch of emo kids. So, because they're basically just they're basically just MCR, but with G strings, or not G strings, 7 string guitars. So, but it is what it is. Bring Me the Horizon. It's mostly just because, again, I've grown on some of their stuff. Suicide Season, I still think is their best album. I've compared that plenty of times to Slipknot because it's basically just Iowa, but it's basically British Iowa. The album Iowa, I should say. And then There's a Hell I've grown on as well. Sempiternal and That's the Spirit, I think, are all right.
I still don't like Ano, and I still don't like that EP that he did with Youngblood, the post-human survival tragedy. That's still a bad EP. I still hold by that. That album's bad. No. So, yeah. As for Jimmy Eat World, in terms of emo pop, in terms of emo stylized pop punk, before Fall Out Boy, and before My Cam came around, and The Used, and Chiodos, they're not that bad. So I'll give them credit where credit is due. And also, like, I guess my thing is that they have a lot of, like, you know, the millennial woes, even though they're, like, not millennials, but whatever. Where, like, especially with the song Sweetness, where it's like, if you're listening, whoa, whoa, whoa. You know, like, shit like that. I don't know, I just find that to be lazy songwriting. I know some of these bands are guilty of it too, but they're especially guilty of it, but that's just me. But in terms of just music writing and composition, they're good enough. So, yeah. Now, as for Panic at the Disco, this is a hot take right now, but honestly, I actually like their new album. Yes, I'm being dead serious. I think it's their best album since Vices and Virtues. So, because not only does it go back to a similar style that, you know, those albums were around, but also it showcases that Brendan Urie is willing to actually experiment outside of just some typical pop music. So, also the title track is a banger, Fight Me. So, yeah, no. Congratulations, Panic. You're back in the you're back in the green right now. If you keep making music like that, you might even go back to A tier. So, yeah. All right, Rob Zombie. Yeah, I've basically swapped places between Marilyn Manson and Rob Zombie. Granted, Rob Zombie is not my favorite artist. As a matter of fact, you know, he's had his stinkers, especially in recent years. But in terms of, you know, albums like Hellbilly Deluxe and The Sinister Urge, they're solid enough that I go back to them quite a bit. So I recommend at least his early stuff. And then as for Third Eye Blind, they just have enough that's good for me to warrant them in the B tier. Like, they're self-titled, Blue and Out of the Vein are worth listening to. Yes, I know they are just mostly associated as being that one late 90s band that just so happens to always be playing in the background. Well, okay, there's one of the bands. Matchbox 20 is the other band that's like that. But in terms of the guilty pleasure bands, they're solid enough. So it is what it is. All right. In terms of D tiers, oh yeah, no, F tier, garbage. But you guys, you know what? Fuck it. I'm putting them in B tier. I gave them too much shit. I'd give you enough shit though. I gave you too much shit. Yeah. I feel good about that. So, yeah, need I say more about both of these bands? Need I say more? I don't think I need to say anymore, because you know they're both bad. Not to mention what Ivan Moody fucking did literally fucking 5 days after we did our first tier list with that cringy fucking music video. Like, oh my god. That alone warrants that band in the F tier. But it's also just what they represent. Just shitty, you know, cringe core, you know, hard rock that's not really meant for you to really think about. And it's more just, I'm angry, I'm gonna sing angry song. Like, there's no substance beyond that. Like,
Slipknot has like is kind of like that too, but at least there's substance behind the music. And honestly, Corey Taylor is an amazing vocalist who's able to, do both the screams and the normal singing, pretty well. Ivan Moody of Five Finger Death Punch does not hold a candle to that at all. And he just sounds like he's just, I'm so angry and I'm just singing that because I don't know what this thing is shat. Like, I'm just coming up with the words out of that, but you get my point. It's like, it's bad. Don't listen to Five Finger Death Punch. And as for Limp Bizkit, like, do I need to say anything else that everyone else hasn't said, or what we've even said multiple times? They're just a bad band. Like, the only good thing is Wes Borland, but one good guitarist does not hold a candle to the entire band. So, and the fact that people are becoming nostalgic for this band is genuinely a little bit sad, because they are what made a lot of people move away from rock music to begin with. So, don't be a Limp Bizkit defender. Please don't. Especially since I had to deal with that shit 4 fucking years ago. Which I've explained that story plenty of times. For those who don't know, long story short, I made a video complaining about Limp Bizkit's third album, and I accidentally made it way too similar to Rocknet's video. And to be fair, maybe I shouldn't have done that. But then, and some people were nice about, the video and basically saying maybe you shouldn't be doing that. I took that advice, but there were some other assholes who were just fucking harassing me, which was annoying and became a huge thing. I don't want to get into like specifics, but point being, no. Granted, they were not bad as the other band that Fred Durst is associated with that we will not name for the rest of time, but whatever. So, and then, okay, so yeah, that's those bands. And then the other bands I put up higher, Hawthorne Heights. I kind of feel bad. I really threw a lot of shade at Hawthorne Heights, but I actually have really grown on their first couple of albums. I mean, granted, they still have like, and I think I must have just misunderstood the lyrics at the time, because at first I thought it was like the whole point of the song was that it was like promoting the, but it wasn't. It was basically just talking about how tragic that would be if that were to be the case. So, in that sense, that was just kind of a me thing. I will fully admit I got some facts wrong back then. But even then, like, I honestly have listened to quite a bit of their music in recent years, especially their 2006 record. What's it called? Oh yeah, If Only You Were Lonely. Yes, I know that's an emo as fuck sounding album, but whatever. It's fine. And also, I have to give credit where credit is due anyways, because they were like one of the bands that was kind of Midwest emo, but they were also kind of like, emo core. And then they were also kind of like scrams. Like they were kind of like their own. They were kind of like a hodgepodge of like, the 3 big styles of the time. So I have to give credit where credit is due for them at least, jumbling the 3 major big types of emo. So that's pretty cool. Well, even like some, emo pop punk. So like they were like, they were skilled at all 4, emo types. So like music wise, so that's pretty cool. So yeah, I'm putting them in B tier just because of that. And then as for Mayday Parade, I think the main reason why I put them in D tier was just because I was personally just getting sick and tired of listening to them a lot, because my cousins listened to them a lot and I just kind of got tired of it. I've grown on them a little bit again, but like they're still not my favorite. So I still hold that like Monsters in the Closet is still just a really bad album. But They're self-titled and less. Okay, they're self-titled in Anywhere But Here. I've grown on, and less. I still hold by that. Lesson on Romantics is still a good album though. So, yeah. Oh, this is gonna piss some people off. Not like I haven't pissed people off anyways. 21 Pilots? Yeah, I'm putting this shit in F tier. I fucking called it. 2 years ago, I said that this band was going to age like sour milk and that a bunch of people were going to start realizing that, hey, maybe this band wasn't as good as we thought. Yeah, no, they fucking released an album last year that everyone fucking hated. And there were a bunch of people even saying that, like, their albums like Blurry Face and their 2018 record, Trench, were overhyped. I fucking called it. I fucking knew it. That there were going to be people who were going to say that this band was garbage. And it proves my point. That this band is not a good band. They're not even a rock band. They're just not. They're just a pop group that pretends to be a rap rock band. Like, I fucking... Like, it genuinely fucking, like... It makes it me at least a bit happy, though, that I fucking called it when people were saying... Like, when people were praising this band up to high heavens, but then they would fuck up, release a horrible album that even their biggest supporters were kind of pushing away from. And now people are saying that the band isn't good. But I've been saying this for fucking years. The band has always been shit. They've been pretentious as fuck. They've had a horrible fan base that they fully encouraged to fucking go after people. And they've had so much just... I don't know what to call it. Just a lot of, like, bragging egotism behind their music. And just behind the fact that they became so big. That it genuinely just pisses me off. Like, it's kind of the same way as, like, I don't know, it's just, whatever. Like, it just has always bothered me that people just kind of let that go in this, like, kind of, swept that under the rug. But it's like, dude, this band, like, this band was always going to just be time-stamped in a bad way of the 2010s. Like, I don't know. Maybe I just had the foresight that most people didn't have, but my point stands is that this group has always been garbage. Even their stuff before Blurry Face, I never liked. And don't call them an emo band. They are not an emo band. They're not even a rock band. They're just a shitty pop rap group. The only reason why I put them on here is because people consider them to be a rock band. So, garbage. As a matter of fact, I know I infamously compared them to Limp Bizkit, but that's exactly how I feel about them. They're basically just the 2010s version of Limp Bizkit. And guess what? They're paying the price for it as we speak. And a part of me is kind of happy about that. It sucks that, celebrity culture is a thing, but at the end of the day, don't meet your fucking heroes. And don't overly praise shit. That's something that is, like, a lesson that everyone needs to fucking learn, is that once you build up way too high of expectations, they're gonna go they're just gonna fucking crumble. That's the lesson that I fucking learned about Battlefield 2042, and that's the lesson that everyone should fucking learn about any media that they consume. So... But you get my point. Bad. So, garbage. Anyways. Yeah, no, I still hold that AGR is much worse, though. They are the worst band I've ever heard in my life. I still hold that by a candle, and the fact that they are as popular as they are is a little bit upsetting, because, dear God... they've made some garbage.
because it just feels like fake music. I've explained this before, where they just don't. It does like. I know I typically don't say this because it does sound douchey to say, but like a lot of the stuff that they make just does not. It's just not music. It's just noise. And again, similar to 21 Pilots, they have that sort of pretentiousness that I can't fucking stand, where they make it out that everything that they work on is like some important masterpiece that should be worshipped, when in actuality it's just some simple shit about not getting what you want because you're such a crying little bitch. And I wish I was making that up. But that's literally some of the songs that they've made in terms of lyrics. I've looked this shit up. Like, to me, it just feels like rich kid music, or like music. It just feels like, yeah, it just feels like, yeah, just spoiled brat rich kid music. And you already know my opinions about Rocket Power and how much I fucking hate that message brought that shit up. And I hate it fucking here. So, yeah, no, this band sucks. I'm sorry. I'm not going to change my mind about that. So, especially after they made that stupid Humpty Dumpty song. No. Like, half of me died that day. The day that fucking garbage album came out and everyone was listening to that. Like, I probably even grew, like, some gray hairs that day. So, no. Bad. Again, if you like them, fine. Don't force it down my throat. That's all I ask. Please. Please. So, as for some of these other groups, yeah, no, all of them are F tier. I don't really see a reason why they wouldn't be F tier. I know some people would be pretty contentious about Mudvayne and Oasis, but I never liked Mudvayne. They've always just been like a dollar store Slipknot to me. And Oasis, like, I hate Wonderwall. Like, they even hate Wonderwall. Like, if your band, if you're like, if you made a song that's so popular that you even hate it, you know you fucked up. And the Gallagher brothers, they've always been assholes. They've just always have been. And it's reflective of all the music that they've made since the mid-90s. So, bad. But, okay. So, I think, yeah, I don't really feel like I need to change much down here, because I don't like any of these bands at all. Oh, Coldplay's another contentious one. I've always felt them to basically just be a 2000s version of 21 Pilots. Like, they're basically the progenitors of what 21 Pilots would become. Or even AJR. And I hate them because of what they represent. So, also, Chris Martin is a personality that I've never liked. Because, again, he's another one of those people who's like, he's just kind of all about himself. And he's like, oh, I'm on top of the fucking world. It's like, no, you're not. You're just making pretentious as fuck music. So, granted, I'm in the minority because mind-boggling, apparently like 40 million people listen to Coldplay. I don't know how, but okay. Damn. So, ouch. All right. So let's rank some of these other bands. So we're going to be ranking bands that we've talked about first, and then we'll move on to bands that are new, because I think that'd be interesting. Because, yeah, there's actually, I'm surprised that I didn't bring up some of these bands before. So this is a good opportunity for me to talk about them. So, and again, all these bands had, nearly 1 million listeners on Spotify. I was surprised with a few of them as well. So,
Yes, we talked about them. Yep, we talked about them. Yep, talked about them. Definitely talked about them. Yes, we talked about them. Yes. 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 Oh, crap. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes. Oh, yes, we definitely talked about them. Yes. Yes. Surprised about this one, if I'm gonna be honest. God, but yeah, no. So yeah, there's like I said, there's actually quite a few that we've talked about before. So yeah, I'm just trying to make sure that I separate the ones we've talked about before and what we haven't talked about. This one makes me sad that I have to talk about them again. Thankfully, this one doesn't. Yes. Yep. Cool. Oh God. Okay. Okay. So yeah, a lot of bands we've talked about before. Though these down here are pretty much new. So yeah, though I think we'll save the new bands and groups for last. We'll talk about all the other ones first. So first up, 10 years. I'm putting them in A tier. If you want more of an opinion, go watch the previous tier list we've done. Long story short, though, they're kind like funny enough, they're similar to Breaking Benjamin, but the difference is that they actually change things up with each album. So not all of it, like they have some albums that do kind of sound similar to each other, but they do change up their sound enough. And in terms of like vocal delivery and instrumentation, and in terms of comparing them to every other post grunge band, they're way better than they have any right to be. So I'm putting them in A tier. So though their first album's bad, so bad that the band themselves don't even acknowledge it because it didn't even have the current lead singer because it was like a new metal sort of album, but they eventually went like prog post grunge. So interesting. All right, 3 Doors Down, D tier. Again, if you want more context, go watch that tier list. But long story short, one hit wonder band that never really got off the ground. And even then, like, it's an okay song, but like, there's just better stuff. So, because yeah, they made Kryptonite. With no Superman. Yeah, that band. And yeah, they just exist. So 4 Non Blondes, F tier. Literally a band that made their song became irrelevant for about 2 decades, and then eventually a He-Man remix of that song came out. You know, the hey, 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 yeah, that song. Yeah, no. That became more popular than their original version ever was, which I find to be an even bigger fail than most of these other bands. So it is what it is. All right, all that remains. Yeah, this was one of the metalcore bands, which I'm surprised. So I might need to listen to this band. Actually, okay. You know what? We'll talk about the bands that I'm a little bit more familiar with first, because I still did not go back to all the metalcore bands. So yeah. Again, I'll do that later actually. So we're gonna skip to Alter Bridge. Alter Bridge is A tier. Basically, all the original members of Creed except for Scott Stapp basically left Creed, and they formed this group with another guy at the helm, and they are way better than Creed ever was. And yeah, no, they're good. Go check them out. So, also they're kind of like 10 years, in that they're like proggy post grunge. So, Architects, I'll put them in the B tier. I like a lot of their early stuff. Especially, was it Hollow something? Hold on. I know Kai didn't like that album, but I liked it. And in terms of like being important in like metalcore, I respect them. Yeah, Yellow Crown or Hollow Crown. Yeah, Ruin, Hollow Crown, and Daybreaker. I thought those albums were pretty good. So, though, for those that wish to exist, yeah, that wasn't very good. So, yeah. Asking Alexandria, C tier. Their debut self-titled actually was okay, but they've only ever really been okay, and then they went bad. So C tier it is. So they are just a band that kind of weren't really that deserving of praise, especially since they weren't really that different from the contemporaries at the time. So take that for what you will. Audio Slave, a band that I had a complete different tone shift on, because it's the guys from Rage Against the Machine with Chris Cornell of Soundgarden, rest in peace. And yeah, they basically made 3 albums. And yeah, they're self-titled. It's pretty good. And the other 2 albums are okay. I think it was their 2005 record I didn't care for as much. But their last album that they worked with together I thought was pretty fine. So yeah, no, I think they're good. Even if, some of their stuff can be forgettable. So, yeah, what it is. All right, what else? Oh, Blind Melon. Oh, yeah, C tier. Really only a 2-hit wonder, and they're not particularly the greatest, at least in terms of like grunge. It's cool that they kind of went for a more like psychedelic grunge hybrid. That was kind of at least interesting enough, but man, this lead singer does not know how to sing, because he's like come on, stop yodeling, calm it down. So yeah, no, I don't care for Blind Melon. So also, I don't know why, but I've been surrounded by this band and Matchbox 20 a lot in the past year. I don't know why. That's just been a theme recently. It's just been like mid 90s weirdness. So, whatever. All right, Blue October, A tier, another post grunge band that honestly I think is way better than it has any right to be. Especially Hate Me. God, that song. It's so like it's the most not emo song ever, if you know what I mean. Like, but even with that, they've always had like pretty cool moments. Especially off of the album that came out in the year 2000. And they just had sprinkles of like cool little moments throughout their career. So they're pretty good. Blur. Also pretty good. Sorry. So yeah, I mean, yeah, it's the guys originally from Gorillaz. Well, no, not originally from Gorillaz. They were from this band, then they made Gorillaz. And they made grunge music while calling it not grunge and hating on grunge. Ironically, I know. Even though Leisure, their first album, is literally just flat out a grunge album. But it's Britpop. Sonny Jim, you already know that Britpop is a bullshit genre around these parts. It's basically just British grunge music for people who don't like grunge. But, well, who like grunge but won't admit it. It's okay. We all make mistakes. In all seriousness, though, their stuff is actually fine. Granted, their most recent album from 2015 wasn't that good, but they're... I mean, yeah, like I said, Leisure, Park Life, and the self-titled. Solid. Okay, brand new. This is a bit of a touchy subject here, because if I'm not mistaken, yeah, they broke up recently because, yeah, lead singer, yeah, he's a sex offender. So, like, that taints the music for me. Fuck. Is he one of those types, though? Hold on, let me check. God damn it! Okay, this is the reason why... This is the reason why I decided to fucking update these. God damn it. Fuck, man. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna fucking put all the people who've done, like, shitty stuff in the past. Anyway, so, like, yeah, no, cringe. Yeah, we've got our own new category called cringe. So... But... God damn it. Yeah, he's one of those people. And I thought avoiding the one guy from that one British band that we added on the previous list was going to save me. But now I've got to also update the emo tier list because damn it, man. Fuck. That's cringe. Yes, he's one of those types. Fuck, I did not realize that. I didn't even know that, by the way, when I made the original emo tier list, which is where this band is from. So that's pretty cringe, if you ask me. So, ouch. That hurts. Because I thought their music was okay. And they still have the music on Spotify. That's what's fucked up. I didn't realize. Yeah, no. 1 million listeners on Spotify still. Even though it's a man who likes to touch children. Fuck no. God damn it, dude. This stream's been depressing. First Dan Schneider, now the fucking lead singer of Brand New. Holy shit, dude. And I wanted to avoid the cringe, but no, the cringe just keeps coming to me. Why? Whatever, let's move on before the fucking... I get mad. Anyways, Bright Eyes. I still don't care about this band. I think they're just average, if not... And I don't know, I never cared for, like, the most, like, Midwest emo stuff, or like stuff like this. So, as a matter of fact, I'm thinking I'm going to put Bush in that same category too. So, Granted, I'm not one of those people who hates Bush because I actually liked their first album. Was it Glycerine from '94? But yeah, no, I don't care. Candlebox, F tier. I've never liked Candlebox. Actually, well, okay, no. They're a D tier band. Collective Soul's the F tier band. I get those two confused because they're very similar to each other. But yeah, no, like this is pretty cringe. Because it's just they're basically they're just a wannabe grunge band. Like they're well, okay, they're by my definition they are a grunge band, but their music just sounds fake. Collective Souls, and as a result, it just doesn't really feel well to listen to. So it just feels like synthesized rock guitars. I don't know. Go listen to it. It like even for the '90s, it just didn't seem that good. So, but whatever. As for Candlebox, they're just a boring grunge band. That's just all they are. Some people do try to dodge them as being post grunge, but like, dude, they're literally from Seattle. I know that doesn't make a that's not the only thing that makes a band grunge, but they're literally from Seattle and they had their debut in 1993. That should be early enough to count as grunge. So, Occam's razor, bitch. Damn, that's the second time I've initiated that this stream. Sorry, I just love Occam's razor. It's a funny thing. So, anyways, Counting Crows, A tier. I think they're genuinely pretty solid, and like the closest thing to country and folk music that I genuinely really like. Because you're talking to someone who can't stand grunge, or not, no, who can't stand country. I like grunge. I don't like country, or a lot of folk music. So to see a band that's like, you know, folk, that's like grunge adjacent, do country and folk is a good thing. So good for them. And they're from California, so I have a bias. Though to be fair, Rocket Power is based off of California. That sucks, but whatever. You get my point. Anyways, follow good stuff from California, not the bad stuff. What's next? Cranberries, B tier. Also kind of on the folk side of things, more Irish folk, but I don't think they're quite as good as Counting Crows, at least in my opinion. So it is what it is. Hold on, I'm gonna do something a little bit because sorry, I'm in a bit of a server call right now. Oh, yeah, there we go. Okay, so yeah. They can hear me talk, but you guys can't hear them. And I can't hear them either, so. Sorry, yeah, I'm in a private. Actually, I'm not going to reveal the project that I'm in right now. I might do that when it's prepared, but it is what it is. But anyways, so yeah, I said cranberries, right? Yeah, I said cranberries. Oh no, crossfade. Oh no, the ultimate dad music. F tier. Yeah, no, they made the band, or not the band. Yeah, So Cold. You know, like the looking back at me, I see that you never even got it right. Yeah, no, that's the ultimate dad song. I said it in the previous tier list, but I don't care. That's literally what it is. It's dad music. So, well, okay, Gen X dad music, but it's funny. But whatever. I'm sorry. I can't stop smiling because I'm sorry. This is just really funny to me. Just the fact that like they even exist, but whatever. Let's move on. If you want my opinions, go watch the post grunge tier list. Dashboard Confessional. Yeah, I gave them too much credit. I'm gonna put them in C tier. I think I put them in B tier, but that was only because of their first two albums. Their first two albums are pretty good, but god damn it, by 2006, with the that emo cringe, no. I made a mistake. I made a mistake of putting them really high. So yeah, I can't even remember what the song is called. You know, the one that's like, oh, 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 and it's like that every other song. Like, God, no, it's. I can't believe I gave them a B tier. A part of me wants to put them in D tier, though they're not as bad as another band I put in B tier on that same list. But I'll get to them when we get to them. So, all right, what's next? Oh, Daughtry. Oh, Daughtry is F tier. Again, showcasing that freaking American Idol was a mistake, and Daughtry was that. So, but oh god, sorry. Sorry, I forgot. I got scared because of someone that joined the call said something, but whatever, it's fine. I'm just here to make my reaction. But yeah, no. Yeah, my point though. Daughtry is like not good, so don't listen to Daughtry. What's next? Also, don't listen to a band called Dope. Literally some of the worst new metal you can ever think of. Just don't. Yeah, because they made a cover of "You Spin Me Right Round, Baby Right Round," and it was bad. And the only meme worthy thing that they're worth is "Die Motherfucker, Die Motherfucker, Die." That's the only thing that they're of value, which is nothing. So, because there's better new metal memes out there. So let's move along. Also, Escape the Fate, F tier. Again, Rodney Radke being a piece of shit is just the tip of the iceberg of exactly why this band is garbage. It's also because they pretty much rode the coattails of post-hardcore at the time, and were just kind of, low-key just not interesting at all. It didn't also help the fact that like they ran out of ideas after Ronnie Radke left, so like they just kind of ran into a ditch and hit a tree. So I don't know. That's just kind of how I feel. What's next? Oh, Eve 6. C tier. They exist. I mean, it's weird because they're like pop punk meets post grunge, which is a weird mix. And I don't know. This vocal style is weird. Like I don't know how to describe it because it sounds like there's something stuck in his throat. He's not trying to do an Eddie Vedder impression, but it just sounds wrong. I don't know how to describe it, but whatever. So there's that. Oh wait, I gotta type in something. All right, there we go. Anyways, so okay, we'll skip Death Cap because I need to re-listen to that. Everclear. Yeah, I think I put them in C tier as well because they were like the Oregon grunge band that had some okay songs, but like it sounded too country in a lot of ways, and it just didn't sound good. Not to mention the fact that like, what was the album called? Hold on. There was like a really bad album from like 2000 that they made. It was like, okay, there was like a double album that they made. Yeah, songs from an American movie. Good Time for a Bad Attitude. What a garbage album. And it's been downhill ever since. So, yeah, no, that was like not fun to listen to. And again, it's most of the stuff they've made has been hit or miss anyway. So, I wouldn't recommend them too much. Though to be fair, they have their moments. Like Sparkle and Fade and So Much for the Afterglow have okay songs. But after the 90s, no thanks. Feeder. This was a surprising one for me. Beats here. I did not hate this guy's vocals. I thought I would because, you know, he kind of has the rapsy sort of voice, but honestly, not bad. Especially considering that they're a post-grunge band from the UK, which is just something you don't ever hear. So the fact that they were able to sort of mix the, you know, post-grunge with like a more poppy kind of, you know, sound, I thought it worked a lot. Now, granted, by the late 2000s, they did drop off a little bit, but like, you know, their album, like some of their stuff from the late 90s and from the early 2000s, I think were genuinely pretty good. Yeah, the song High in particular. Yeah, Polythene. That's their album from 97. So, yeah, no, I think they're cool enough. Not something that I would listen to all the time. That's why they're not an A or S tier, but they could be worse. And worse is definitely Fuel, which is D tier, and Get Scared, which is cringe. Oh, and Filter's is C tier. We'll talk about Filter first. Filter being another kind of grunge, post-grunge band that we talked about before, where they make like some electronic overlays. Interesting, but not a very good mix. So it is what it is. As for Fuel, just stereotypical butt rock. So no thanks. That's all you need to know about that. So take that for what you will. And yeah, no, Get Scared. Yeah, I'm getting scared of hearing this band and all of the shit that's involved with this said band. So no thanks. So yeah, no thanks. Gin Blossoms. Yeah, they're B tier. They're kind of a one-hit wonder, but at least they have a good one-hit wonder. Hey Jealousy being their biggest hit. And yeah, it was a thing. Okay. They're more than just that. I mean, they're like more on the poppy side of like, you know, early 90s. And yeah, like, you know, New Miserable Experience as a whole is definitely a listening experience that I recommend. Like, even if it's just once. Because, like I said, they're more than just Hey Jealousy. They've got more, you know, teeth to them. Okay, oh, well, maybe not teeth, because they're not, like, you know, hardcore band, but they're fine. So. Oh, yeah, Hatebreed. Wait, is this the band that I'm thinking of that did that one thing? Hold on. Let me see. Oh, no, that was As I Lay Dying. That's going in the cringe. That's going in the cringe tier. I forgot about that story. Yeah, no. As I Lay Dying had the lead singer hired a hitman to kill his wife. So yeah, that's pretty cringe if you ask me. So I forgot about that story.
thankfully I saved them so that I didn't have to listen to it and make a mistake like I did with the band Brand New. Cause I don't fuck with that shit. No thanks. Though I'm still gonna put Hatebreed in D tier. Because it's just kind of like, not very good metalcore. I don't know, I don't know how to describe it. It just feels like, I don't want to say it's forced, but it just feels like fake anger music, kind of like Five Finger Death Punch. That's the feeling that I get with Hatebreed. So take that for what you will. All right. Actually, part of me kind of wants to like not just go through this alphabetically. I'm gonna actually kind of jump between like. Actually, no, never mind, because it gets better over time. I know I'm putting a lot of bands like in the lower tiers, but there's quite a few bands here that I'm gonna put in the upper tiers, so it's not gonna be all in vain. So, Hull, for example, I'm gonna put in B tier. Yeah, Courtney Love's band. So, oh shoot, hold on. I'm gonna need it. Yeah, I'll be right back. Okay, yeah, I'm back. Yeah, no, sorry. The call that I was in, people were just confused because they were thinking I was talking to them. Which is fine, but that was just funny. Anyways, where was I? Oh yeah, Courtney Love's band Hole. Yeah, they're fine. In terms of grunge, I think there's better bands, but and hell, I even think that like, not everything that Hole has done has been amazing, but whatever. They're fine. Lifehouse, I never cared. So like F tier. They're not a Christian band. I thought they were, but they're actually not. But they just kind of have a lot of like, similar sounding themes to Christian rock to where it just kind of rubs me the wrong way. And as a result, it's just kind of one of those things where it's like it's rude. So oh shoot. Sorry. Anyways, so yeah, I couldn't really stand the almost kind of Christian sounding stuff. So, but whatever. Local H. Uh, part of me wants to put them in B tier because they're not that bad, but they're a one-hit wonder, and the one-hit wonder, like, okay, the one-hit wonder's okay. Okay, as this in this case, it's god damn it, I can't even remember. It's the
Bound for the Floor. So, in terms of post grunge, they're not bad, but they're not great. So, I guess they're just naturally going to be put in the C tier. I don't know. I don't know if there's anything else I need to say other than like they exist. So, yeah. All right, what's next? Marcy's Playground. I think I put them in D tier last time. And I think well, okay, they're C tier. They're not that bad. But again, they're kind of like them, so whatever. Again, I don't have much else to say. Matchbox 20, the band that I can never escape for whatever reason. Because 3 a.m. is always playing in every goddamn place that I go to. I don't know why, but they just play 3 a.m. by this band, which is really funny. It's a good song, though. Although, Rob Thomas just has one of those voices. Because, like, he's clearly trying to do an Eddie Vedder impression. Which is funny. Because, yeah, he does the whole... It's 3 a.m. I won't say it all day. Like, thing. It's funny. Though, it never really annoyed me. So... And they have their moments. Like, I've mentioned this before. Like, their first few albums are pretty good. So, because of that, I'm going to put them in the B tier. They're kind of like Third Eye Blind in the sense that, like, you know, they're kind of known for just being a late 90s band, but they're more than just a late 90s band. So, yeah. All right, what's next? Modern Baseball. I don't think I did not like these guys. I'm gonna put them. Well, okay, I didn't hate them, but I didn't like them, so I'm putting them in C tier. Yeah, they're like a Midwest emo style band, and they're fine. But like again, Midwest emo's not my thing, except for Appleseed Cast and American Football. I'd say out of that scene of emo, those are like my favorite out of that, movement. So, oh, you're just a fake mallcore emo kid. You have to listen to the real emo. Okay. Just calm it down just a little bit. Yeah, just calm it down. All right. What's next? Ew, My Darkest Days. No, F tier. Gross. Garbage band. Bad. Actually, I'm putting them in cringe because they're cringecore. Absolute cringe. Actually, I'm going to put Saving Abel in that tier too because I forgot. I put them in there as well. Where are they? Like on this list. Yeah. Cringecore, and the Vines. Cringecore. All that is cringecore. Don't listen to it. There is no reason for you to listen to the absolute cringiest of 2000s butt rock. No. It's bad. So, especially since all of them are one-hit wonders and their one-hits are really bad. So, yeah. Anyways. Our Lady Peace. You know what? I'm putting them in B tier. I know I put them in A tier when we talked about grunge, but that was only because we were ranking their stuff in grunge because they shifted to more of a hard rock and pop rock sound. And unfortunately, that was kind of a drop off. But Naveed and god damn it, I keep forgetting their 1999 record. I know I'm a fake fan. But it's a good album. Yeah, Happiness is not a fish that you can catch. Such a good album. Like, yeah, Is Anybody Home and One Man Army are so good. And then obviously,
Naveed with the self-titled, Starseed, hell, even the first track, The Birdman. It's all solid. All solid grunge right there. Not post-grunge, it's grunge. So go listen to at least their early stuff, because I can defend it. So, all right, Perfect Circle. Yeah, I would put them in S tier if their cover albums wasn't really bad. So I'm gonna put them in A tier. So, because yeah, no, like it's obviously members of Tool's sort of like thing. Sorry, yeah, it was their super group that they did with some other like bands, and their first album was actually, yeah, all their albums are good except for the covers album. God damn it, man! If it weren't for that, I would put them in S tier, but they just come a little bit too short. So unfortunate, but it is what it is. Plain White Tees, C tier. Hey There Delilah, I know is a bit of a meme now, but I still actually like that song. And they have a couple of other hits. Hold on. What else? Yeah, Hate, I Really Don't Like You. Like, they have a couple of, like, you know, albums that I think are fine. But in terms of, like, you know, emo pop punk bands go, they are really only really remembered for Hey There Delilah. And they never were really able to rekindle that throughout an entire album. So, though they're not the worst band in the world, I will give them that. They are just fine. Though what isn't fine, even though I'm putting them in the same tier, is the President of the United States of America, a band that I still stand to be overrated because their brand of humor is, let's just say that they try to go for a Weezer style and it does not work. Weezer pretty much floors these guys. Well, except for like the Ratitude and like some other garbage albums that Weezer has made, but that's we don't acknowledge those. So like overall, and it's kind of weird for a post-grunge band to try humor, because like you just don't associate grunge or post-grunge with humor at all. So to see a band that kind of does that is interesting, but I don't think the experiment worked out. So, and a lot of the music just kind of sounds annoying. That's just me though. Ooh, Primus. Or Primus. I put them in S tier when we talked about that one tier list. But I think I'm going to put them in A tier for this tier list, because let's just be real here. They've made some garbage. Specifically, a lot of the more recent stuff. It's pretty bad. And they've also made some like weird music videos that question my personal sanity as to why they were, you know, around. Though to be fair, they've made some solid music. So, and even though I consider Rage Against the Machine to basically be the creators of nu metal, Primus definitely was a huge inspiration for that movement anyways, so you have to at least give credit where credit is due, whether you like it or not. So, yeah, and also they're actually technically the earliest band on this list, because they had their debut back in February of 1990, which is interesting. So that makes them older than Green Day. Weird, I know. But whatever, the 90s were weird in general. Well, unfortunately, what isn't weird but is annoying is Red Jumpsuit Apparatus, F tier. I mentioned this before. They are a band that followed every single trend of emo and pop punk at the time, and look at where they're at now. No one knows them outside of Face Down And it's for good reason, because my god, Face Down is just, it exists. There are better pop punk bands that are even on this list that we didn't even talk about, because I don't feel like I need to talk about. Like, All Time Low, All American Rejects, Paramore, Sum 41 even. Like, I'm not even a big Sum 41 fan. I put them in the C tier, which actually I'm probably going to put them up in B tier, because I think I gave them a little bit too much shit. So, but like, man, there's better pop punk. So, no thanks. Alright, Rev Theory. I'm surprised they actually have around 1 million listeners, because, yeah, it's interesting. But I'm gonna put them in C tier. They're just a band that, like, kinda had, well, okay, well, they're not really a one-hit wonder, but I mentioned this in the post-grunge tier list, where they're just like, you know, like, Truth is Currency, I still stand as actually being a pretty good album, but everything else just feels just post-grunge nothingness. So, I don't know. You take whatever you can take from that. I'm not gonna really bother too much with them, so. Oh god. Secondhand Serenade. I don't know why I put this band in B tier, because this should really be in the D tier. Wow. Yeah, no. You want to talk about, the example of bands that people use to point at emo being just nothing but whiny, bullshit music? This is ammunition that they use. Oh my god. Like, this is bad. I don't know why I put this in B tier. It's like the Men in Black show situation. I don't know what was up with what my opinions were like at the time, but holy shit, this is not worth your time. Don't bother with Secondhand Serenade. It's basically just a diet version of Dashboard Confessional, but worse. Need I say more? Need I say more? So, what's next? Oh, Semisonic. A tier. This band's actually good. It just sucks they're only known for Secret Smile and Closing Time, because they make some pretty, like, cool, like, soft, lighthearted music, despite being a pop rock and post-grunge band. Like, it's like, they're cool, and the guys seem like they're actually chill. So it just kind of sucks that they didn't fall off. They just haven't really made music in over 20 years, and a lot of their stuff was just gentle, like, lighthearted stuff. So yeah, no, I genuinely would recommend someone seek out, their 1998 record, and hell, even their 2001 record. Like, come on, man. Like, they're cool. So yeah, granted, I don't think I would put them too high, but like, they're fine enough. But I don't know. Okay. Finally, we have ourselves another pretty high up tier band, Census Fail. A band that I'm still mad about, that I completely forgot was on Guitar Hero 3. You had to access it through the shop. The in-game shop, not the freaking Xbox or PlayStation store. They weren't a DLC band. But like, god damn it. They've become one of my favorite emo bands, post-hardcore bands, whatever you want to call them. S tier easily. Especially in comparison to some of the other crap we've just talked about. Like, Let It Enfold You and Still Searching. And hell, even the album that came out last month that they've made, Hell is a something, right? I'm gonna look it up.
Sorry, it's still a new album, so I'm trying to get Hell is in Your Head and Life is Not a Waiting Room. Like, all of those albums are so damn good. And hell, I will even defend If There Is a Light, It Will Find You. Like, yeah, their 2018 record. So, granted, I will admit, Hold Thorns From Your Heart, I'd say, is definitely their weakest album, but I've actually grown an appreciation for both Renaissance and The Fire, which are kind of like more metalcore albums. So it's like, but yeah, overall, like, I do recommend these guys. So, because like, they're definitely an underrated emo band for sure. So go check them out. Sick Puppies. Yeah, another like new metal-y post-grunge band that's surprisingly good. A tier. Though, don't listen to their first album. Welcome to the Real World. Oh my god, it's so bad. Because it's like, yeah, because they're another band that kind of started off as new metal with the whole rap rock thing, and it was cringe. But thankfully, they moved away from that and actually became way better over time. So, yeah. Though it's unfortunate what happened with the band disputes. Though, you know what? Fuck it. They're a good representation of, you know, Australian music, because I keep forgetting that they're actually an Australian band. So, and surprisingly, they're pretty good. So go check them out if you're interested in more. If you're interested in like genuinely good, you know, post grunge from outside the U.S., there's a good example of right there. So, which actually, speaking of, Silverchair, another post grunge band from Australia. And I'm going to put them also in the A tier. So, I know there's a lot of post grunge bands on here from like the last list, but again, I just try to make sure I added like, as many bands as I can. So, there's more variety. It's just I already went through the variety in our original list, so but yeah, no, like Silverchair, surprisingly like really good, especially since I think the guys were like 16 when they first made the album. Yeah, their first album, Frog Stomp, which in and of itself is a pretty influential record. Hell, even a lot of the stuff that they went to do, like even after that, like some of their more like proggy experimental stuff, solid. I'd recommend it for sure. So, yeah. What's next? Oh, Silverstein, whatever. Also A tier. Part of me wants to put them in S tier, though I still need to listen to a little bit more for them. Another post-hardcore emo style band. Canadian too, so which I know, like, you know, some people make fun of like Canadian rock music, and to be fair, there's some, you know, bands that are Canadian that aren't great. But like, you know, Our Lady Peace and Silverstein, I think are, you know, and Bare Naked Ladies are examples of Canadian bands people should listen to. It just sucks that they're not as mainstream as like Nickelback or like Justin Bieber. I don't know. I whatever. You get my point. They're cool. Taking Back Sunday. Yeah, I threw a lot of shade at Taking Back Sunday. I don't know what I was thinking. I'm gonna put them in B tier. Maybe it was just the fact that I wasn't familiar with them, because they're like pop punk, emo, whatever. Like, and like it just didn't click with me, because like they kind of felt like, you know, early Jimmy Eat World. But like honestly, they honestly feel more in line with All Time Low, which is weird because they're actually like older than All Time Low. And you know what? Fuck it. I can appreciate them. I think that overall, considering that they're more like emo pop that gives them a little bit of a leeway, at least for me, because like if they were full on like screamo scrams, that would just be a no. Because you guys know how I feel about bands like Orchid and City of Caterpillar. I just no, just shut up. But like taking it a bit more of a mellow and more approachable sense, I can respect that. And I can honestly say that like if you want to get into emo music, they're probably actually a good starter band. So cuz like they're not, like quote unquote edgy but they're not like too soft. So it's pretty cool. They're pretty cool. Are they cool as Temple of the Dog though? No, cuz Temple of the Dog is S tier. Taking members of Pearl Jam and Soundgarden, and a few guys from Screaming Trees, rest in peace of the guy, and just making one album from 1991 with Chris Cornell and Eddie Vedder singing multiple ballads with each other is an experience that I wish I could give justice to, but unfortunately I don't have that much time to really give it justice. Go watch our grunge tier list if you're more interested, but go check out that album if you can. The Temple of the Dog, self-titled. You will not regret it if you are a grunge fan. So, hell yeah. What you should not seek, unfortunately, is a band called Theory of a Dead Man, which is immediately going in F tier. Garbage. Literally just a diet version of Nickelback that's worse than Nickelback. I don't know how that's possible, but it is. Don't ask me. It just is. That's all you need to know. And also, actually, you know what? A part of me, fuck it. I'm putting this in cringecore because, like, the guy's a sexist too, so like that's pretty cringe. And that's the thing. If you make bad music and then you do some dumb shit, you're automatically going cringe. I don't care. Like that's pretty cringe if you ask me. So, but I don't know. Well, okay, I know what I know, and what I know is that you shouldn't listen to a band that calls themselves Theory of a Dead Man. Or, oh wait, that's right. They're just called Theory now. I know. Change of marketing right there. Clever. Hardy har har. Funny fun moments. But yeah. Alright. Oh god, I can't even see some of these bands. Again, I really need to make better. I needed to make better pictures, and it looks like I might need to continue that trend. So we're gonna skip to the used, and the used is going in A tier. I know I put them in B tier, but that was only because I was unfamiliar with their stuff. And it was just one of those things where it's like, I was kind of pressured into saying that their later stuff was crap. But it's like, dude, in terms of like them going more in like a prog, pop punk direction with their later stuff, like it's still fine. Like The Canyon was a good album. And hell, even Heartwork was good. And let's not even also mention the fact that they're self-titled, Lies for the Liar, and Love is Not, why can't I remember that freaking album? It's like, yeah, it's the one that has All That I Got. Yeah, In Love and Death. I don't know why I can't remember the name of that album for the love of me. But yeah, no, their first three albums, they're self-titled In Love and Death and Lies for the Liar alone already warrant them an A tier. But even like, stuff like Artwork, The Canyon, and their most recent album, Heartwork, which was surprisingly pretty good, I would still recommend you guys listen to them. Granted, yes, some people see them as Diet My Chemical Romance in a lot of ways, which I can see where that comparison comes from, especially since they used to collab with each other a lot. But, like, let it be known that they go beyond being just the MCR clone. Even though they're technically older than MCR, but I'm not getting into semantics. So, yeah. Thrice.
Yeah, they're also going in A tier. I accidentally put them in D tier in my emo tier list, even though I put them on the post-hardcore tier list as an A tier band. I'm just letting everyone know they are an A tier band. They are not my favorite band, but I'd say they're pretty good. Basically, just sort of like it's weird to describe them because like they're not like Midwest emo at all, but they're not like scrams. Like they're honestly they're kind of more well, that's what they are. They're post-hardcore. They take elements of hardcore punk and just, kind of slow it down a little bit. Like that's kind of what they are. And they do it pretty damn well. If you're into like punk or even pop punk music, but you want something that's like, not like you want something a little bit heavier, but like not something that's like completely like, screaming. Thrice is honestly a good choice for anyone who's into that sort of like, balance. So, though I'm not one of those people who like soys over them, because apparently they're like Deftone fans where they will soy for everything that they do. I didn't know that, but apparently Thrice fans are like that. I'm not like that though, but they're pretty good. Toadies. Yeah, the band that made a song called Possum Kingdom. Okay. And that was their one-hit wonder. Okay. That's all I've got to say. Train. Oh no, Train. Damn. Bands like Train and Maroon 5 just make me sad. Because, like, their old stuff was, like, fine. But then they became basically just typical, like, mom music. And you know exactly what I mean with that term. With mom music. Because, like, man... Like, I didn't even hate Drops of Jupiter. I thought that song was okay for, like, the early 2000s. But, like, after that, it went downhill fast. So, because of that, I'm putting them in the same category as Maroon 5. I'm putting them in D tier. Like, a very, 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 very low D tier. Again, if we were talking about their stuff from the late 90s and early 2000s, that'd be okay. But I'm not okay with whatever bullshit they did afterwards. Yeah, Hey Soul Sister will always be in my nightmares as being everywhere back in 2010 and 2011. That song terrified me, as bad as that tank from Battlefield 2042. Okay, I know we're far removed from that tier list tonight, but I wanted to do some poetry because it rhymes. I wanted to do some rhyming, like George Lucas's logic, but whatever, it's fine. That was a horrible joke. I'm so sorry. Anyways, Trivium. You know what? I'm putting them in S tier. Because Trivium is a band that I did not give enough credit. Because they are a metalcore band that does their thing pretty damn well. And they are also a band that doesn't really have a bad album. Like, yeah, they have a lot of material, but I would not say that a single one of them is bad per se. Like, I know there was like a down period for them in like the middle of the 2010s. Like, there were some people who didn't really care for, Silence in the Snow or even Vengeance Falls. But, The Sin and The Sentence, I thought was definitely the best album of 2017. And, albums like Shogun, Ascendancy, and In Waves really do showcase that in terms of, them along with Killswitch Engage, they really did showcase that there was a market for metalcore music. And it definitely shows with, as popular as they are. And also, the lead singer actually seems like he's pretty chill. So I'll
give them that as well. Velvet Revolver. Yeah. The collaboration with the original Stone Temple Pilots singer, rest in peace, as well as guys from Guns N' Roses. Yeah, their self-titled was okay. I mentioned this before. They're fine, but I wouldn't say they're like, best band of all time. They just exist. So, all right, I'm gonna go back and like see what these pictures are and like, listen to some of this stuff, and then we'll finally wrap this up because god damn it, this is becoming another freaking 6-hour long stream and my throat is hurting. Oh no. So, is this all that remains? Again, I did not do my research when it comes to these metalcore bands. So, though I did make sure that they weren't Christian rock because yeah, there was a lot of Christian rock in the metalcore tier list for whatever reason. Oh, it was this band. Yeah, I'm trying to make sure it's not bleeding in. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna put them in C tier. They're just kind of like an average metalcore band, to me at least. Just kind of the, scream. If they're not screaming, they're doing like a sad white boy song that they do because that's what metalcore and post-hardcore bands do. So you gotta love the two extremes. All right, Atreyu. Don't think I. What was Atreyu like? Okay, so post-hardcore. Yeah, I'm gonna put them in C tier as well. I feel like this is. Oh wait, okay, yeah, I'm putting them in C tier. They're just kind of average to me. Again, I'm a little bit biased against metalcore because I'm not the biggest fan of metalcore. Obviously, yeah, of course, I like A Day to Remember, Trivium, and Kill Switch Engage, but like, and I do like some of Bring Me the Horizon stuff, but like that's basically it. Because if you saw our original metalcore post-hardcore tier list, it was a disaster, at least in terms of like how we did it. Because oh my god, it was. I feel so bad for everyone who was a metalcore fan who watched that because we did not give the genre justice. Even though, like I said, I'm not the biggest fan of it. So, although Dance Gavin Dance, I'm starting to remember, I didn't like them, nor did I like Death Cab for Cutie. So I'm gonna put them in D tier. So, because like they're kind of yeah, Dance Gavin Dance being a post-hardcore band that like I just thought was just. Ugh. And then Death Cab for Cutie being an emo band that I thought was so that's a pretty good explanation of how I feel about those groups. So yeah. All right, I Prevail. What we got? Oh, I think this is a band we've not talked about. Wait, have we talked about them before? Were they on the metalcore tier list? Because this does not sound like metalcore. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me check.
Oh, yeah, the band that tried to do the jet sounds. That's right. Okay, well that's a lot of bands, but and I remember this one, and I remember not caring about this. C tier. Oh, I think I liked Parkaway Drive. Hold on. Let me look this up. Or Parkway Drive. Excuse my language. Excuse my slander. Yeah, I think it was too harsh on Parkway Drive. I'm gonna put them in B tier. Yeah, they're kind of like a diet trivium, but like honestly, there's worse metalcore bands out there. So trust me on that notion if you've seen how I felt about metalcore. So yeah. All right, Our Last Night. Which I'm surprised has as many listeners as they do. Oh, yeah, that's right. They freaking new metalcore. No thanks. Yeah, D tier. No thanks. Also, Seven Mary 3, C tier, because I'm remembering that. So yeah, no, Our Last Nights. Yeah, no, just like they're trying to do the whole new metalcore thing. Which, to be fair, I like some of those bands. Like, I will admit, I like bands like Vane FM and Tala. I think those bands do the whole new metalcore mix well, but no, these guys tried to do rap with metalcore, and yeah, the results are like they sound. Rap plus metalcore equals no. Okay, there's some bands that do it well, but like, yeah, no, it's like not fun. And then as for Seven Mary 3, yeah, I just remembered not really like, enjoying that very well. Cause like it was, yeah, they were like one of the later grunge bands, and it just felt like more of the folk country stuff, and I just did not like that at all. So yeah. All right, story of the year. I think this is one of the post-hardcore bands. Yeah, it's definitely post-hardcore. Okay, if I gave this band shit before, then I apologize, because this is actually surprisingly pretty good. I'm going to put them in B tier. Though, let me make sure if this guy's done any cringe. I don't think they have. No, he hasn't. Okay, cool. Okay, surprisingly, this guy sounds like he's basically just, this sounds like post-hardcore hoopastank. Which I know that might be a turnoff for some people, but that's really funny. Because this guy sounds like Doug Robb. Which, if you guys remember them, they're a band with that's a lead singer with 2 first names. So there you go. So yeah, no. So yeah, honestly, not bad. I might check them out, but like unironically this time. So, all right, next up, the plot. Oh, the plot new I did not like.
D tier. I think it was mostly just due to the fact that, like, actually, let me just check that to make sure that I am correct on that assessment. Yeah, I'm remembering this. Yeah, they are just constant screaming, and I did not like that. So no thanks. Also, Tonic. Why do I not remember you? I listened to you earlier this month. Because, yeah, C tier. They're just kind of a thing. Typical grungy post-grunge or whatever. So, yeah. Alright, we came as Romans. That's the last band that we talked about before. Next up is a completely new territory for the stream. So... yeah, C tier. They're just kind of whatever. All right, so that was all the old bands we talked about. Lastly, we're gonna talk about the bands that I added to this list. Yay! Do I have a thing that I can actually? There we go. Yay! We finally reached the end, or close to the end. So, though I'm gonna make sure that I end on a positive note. So, let me... yeah, let's kind of move some of the stuff around so that's, like, you know, more positive, I guess. If you want to call it that. Alright, so... surprisingly, I did not have a lot of, like, ska pop punk representation on this list. I'm genuinely surprised, because I thought I had a couple of bands on here originally, but nope. So, let's kind of get that stuff out of the way first. So, yeah, Sublime. So, this is a band that kind of has a cult classic. They were from the mid 90s, and they like are kind of like a reggae style of band, and associated with this scene called ska. Basically, all you need to know is that it's basically pop punk with saxophones and trumpets. Like, it basically like takes a lot of like jazz and combines elements of that with pop punk or punk music or whatever. There's some bands that like are considered ska punk bands that are more on the hardcore side, but by the broadest of sense, it's basically pop punk with jazz instruments. So unfortunately though, this is going to piss some people off, but I did not like Sublime. I thought the lyrics were cringe. I thought that, like, you know, it felt super tacky and super dated in a very bad way. Because you got to keep in mind that, like, granted, you know, it's not the worst thing I've ever heard, but, like, man, I don't know. Now, rest in peace, the original lead singer of the band. That does suck, but, like, unfortunately, though, this is kind of another Nirvana-like situation for me. Which, actually, now I think about it, I think I put them accidentally still. Oh, never mind. I don't have them on the list. But yeah, it's kind of like a Nirvana situation for me where it's like, I really don't like. But in this particular case, it's like I really don't like the music. At least with Nirvana, I can still at least respect Kurt Cobain enough to where it's like I don't glorify Nirvana because that's not what Kurt Cobain wanted. As a matter of fact, he wanted the absolute opposite of that. But it's like, man, this is not good music, especially with a song called Date. Or wow, date rhymes with grape. Yeah. So yeah, no, this is just not very good music. Um, what else is there? Oh, Beck. Oddly enough, I was actually originally going to put Beck in the grunge list because he had a couple of like almost grunge sounding songs, but I decided against it because it's like, is it really grunge or is it more like psychedelic or even like, just flat out like pop rock? So I decided against it because it just didn't sound grunge enough. But in terms of like rap rock and even pop rock goes, B tier. Yeah, he's kind of moved on to a more, you know, mom rock sort of thing. But like in terms of bands like that, it could be much worse. He kind of fits on ironically, fits more in a category with how I feel about bands like Foster the People, where it's like, you know what? You made solid enough music. I'll give you the pass. And I gave Beck the pass. So there you go. What's up next? Um you know what? Fuck it. Let's talk about 311. A band that is just so dumb. Because like it's basic 311 is just it's a band for like, the graffiti skate punk kids if they wanted to know what rap was. Though if I'm going to be honest, they are kind of a guilty pleasure of mine. So I'm going to put them in the B tier. They're not a great band, and in terms of creativity, they have nothing on a candle compared to like every other rap rock band that's like above a C. But god damn it, man, you could still have a fun time listening to them. Like, and they actually made some genuinely good songs. Like Amber, I genuinely do think is a good song. So, like in terms of that reggae rap rock thing that they went for, yeah, no, like I genuinely think it's pretty good. So doesn't mean they've not made their cringe because they definitely made their cringe. Like come original, we got to come original. Like let's be real here, that song is pretty cringe. But god damn it, they're a band that's just bad, but I love them anyways. So I don't care. But like I'm actually willing to listen to them more like unironically than Saliva or bands like that. So all right, what's next? Newfound Glory. I'm a little bit surprised we haven't talked about Newfound Glory because they were big in the the pop punk scene. So, but they're kind of okay. The thing is that like a band like Simple Plan, they have the problem of having a really nasally lead singer. Though to be fair, he's not like that in every single song, and it's not super annoying, but it's once you notice it, it's kind of whatever. Though I'd rather listen to Newfound Glory any day of the week over Simple Plan. So I'm putting them in C tier. Though I'm being generous. Cause yeah. Alright, what's next? American Hi-Fi, another sort of pop punk band. Although they're a one hit wonder. So yeah, flavor of the week. That's the song that everyone knows. Yeah. Yeah, D tier. Outside
a flavor of the week, they're not really worth your time. So, yeah, that's a fun thing. All right, Arcade Fire. Apparently a band that a lot of people say are amazing for whatever reason. So, but that's the thing, is that like I hate to shit on people's parade, but like this is just too experimental for me because they're like a proggy pop rock band. It's like, I don't know. I don't know. So, granted, they're not the worst, but like, they kind of give me Coldplay vibes, though I'd rather listen to them Coldplay, to be fair. But like, kind of a similar thing going for them, and because of that, I don't know. Same thing with Cage the Elephant, honestly. Though I think I'd rather listen to Cage the Elephant. I don't know. Like, oh no, no, I'd rather not listen to them. F tier, no, 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 no. Fuck that country shit. No, hell no. I forgot. No, I'd rather listen to Arcade Fire. I forgot that's what fucking Cage the Elephant was. It's that country bullshit. No. Get that shit away from me. No. Actually, I'm putting them in cringe. No. Yeah, no, I forgot. Yeah, no wonder why I avoid them. Fuck no. Fuck no. Oh god, okay. Let's move on. Because that gave me horrible flashbacks. Anyways. Dream Theater. C tier. They're okay. There's just better prog bands out there. So way, way, way better prog bands like Muse and Radiohead and Tool and System of a Down, if you count them, and Deftones. So granted, I know they're like earlier, so like they can have an excuse, but Smashing Pumpkins did prog around that time as well, and I'd say their prog mixed with grunge is better. Hell, the band Hum that we listened to during that grunge tier list was way better in every single way, and they came around the same time as Dream Theater. So, yeah. All right, what's next? Oh, yeah, the garage bands. Yeah. Yeah, the punk revival bands. So, yeah, we'll start off with the yeahs. So, which I don't like that name. It's a dumb name. Oh, it's this song. That's right. Never mind, this is pop rock. Yeah, this is kind of the same vibe that I get with Vampire Weekend, and as you can see with that, I'm putting them in D tier. I'm sorry, I don't like this experimental pop music. That's basically what it is, experimental pop rock. Which, if you like that style, that's fine. I just don't vibe with it. So, that's just a me thing, though. Alright, Sugar Cult. Let's, get going with this. Yeah, I'll give them a B tier. They're solid enough that I respect them. So, pop punk, that's just for context. They're more of a pop punk
sort of band. So yeah, I'll give them the B tier just to be kind, especially compared to all the crap we've listened to tonight. All right, Franz Ferdinand, a band that is also another one-hit wonder because of "Take Me Out." And I'll give them a C tier because they're okay, I guess, but I wouldn't say they're anything I would be fawning over. So, yeah. All right, let's. Oh, next up. The Strokes. Yeah, I'm surprised I haven't really talked about the Strokes all that much because like they were big, and in a lot of ways they're still big. But like, yeah, no, Reptilia, that was a big deal back in the day. Because like the thing is that like they like for those who don't know, like the Strokes is basically kind of a band that goes back to a more 70s and 80s style of like rock because again in the late 90s and early 2000s new metal was pretty much the big thing of the town, and bands like the Strokes and the White Stripes, they did not like that. They wanted to reject this, and they wanted to reject that. And you know what, even though I'm not the biggest fan of like, classic rock sounding music, I'm going to give these guys a pass. I'm going to give them a B tier. Because I like Reptilia, fine enough. And there's a couple of other songs that they've made, like Last Night and Selfless and Someday, that I think are okay enough. Though they're not a band I would listen to all the time. Though I really like Reptilia. I know that's their big song, and it was also on Guitar Hero 3, but like whatever. Or it was on a Guitar Hero's album or game. I don't know. I don't remember which game it was. I think it was 3, but I don't know. And you know what? As dumb as a band like Boys Like Girls is, I'm also going to put them in B tier. Because, like, pop punk brought up by, Pete Wentz of and Patrick Stump of Fall Out Boy. They're fine. Like, yes, Thunder was a dumb song, but like, are they that bad? I don't think they are. So, they're like another guilty pleasure sort of band for me. That's my thing about Boys Like Girls. They're a guilty pleasure band. So, and I will stand by that. All right, last up, we've got some more ska music. And you know what? Yeah, I'm putting Real Big Fish in B tier. And I'm putting No Doubt and Goldfinger in A tier. So yeah, no, the ska music craze that we talked about a little bit earlier in the mid to late 90s was a thing. It happened, well, okay, a little bit of the early 2000s as well, but like only up to 2001. It was a thing. It was in California. It was a big deal. And it just went away. That's the legacy of ska music, ladies and gentlemen. Well, except for the guys in the fedora. I think that's probably the biggest legacy of this movement, is that it repopularized, nerds wearing fedoras for many decades to come. So, and suspenders. So, trust me, look up ska punk and you'll know exactly what I mean. But anyways, which by the way, ska punk is a bullshit genre. It's just pop punk with saxophones. Anyways, yeah, Real Big Fish, they're just kind of a mid-tier ska sort of pop punk band. But then we've got Goldfinger and No Doubt. So Goldfinger actually is led by the same person who made a really big record company. I can't remember the name of it, but that's pretty important in and of itself. John Feldman, right? That's his name. Yes, John Feldman. He's a pretty big producer. He's produced a lot of music over the past, several decades, including music for, well, obviously his band Goldfinger, but also They Used, Atreyu, Panic at the Disco, Papa Roach, Backward Brides, All Time Low, Blink 182, 311, Korn, amongst many other names. Avril Lavigne, like, I forgot to add her. God damn it. Okay, whatever. I'm not adding anymore. I've already dragged on this stream way too long. Hell, everyone in the call left, and it's probably because they got tired of hearing my shit. So I gotta wrap this up. So John Feldman, Goldfinger, pretty good. They're more than just the song Superman, even though I love that song. Like it's a classic ska pop punk song. So you gotta listen to it. But even then, like a lot of the stuff that they've made on that same album, Hang Ups, no, and hell, even like more recently, because they're still around. Never Look Back was surprisingly good. The Knife, their self-titled Stomping Ground, go check them out. They're pretty good. And then last but not least, we've got No Doubt, which, for those who don't know, this is how Gwen Stefani got her career, because she was the lead singer of this band. And they were a big deal back in the mid-90s. And this is probably my biggest claim to fame, which is kind of a weird thing. But one of my aunts was actually a pretty good friend with Gwen Stefani. Like, they were like really good friends in high school. And I would show you pictures, but I unfortunately don't have pictures of them. If I ever go back to where I was this past summer, I might see if I can find pictures. But like, they hung out together in high school. So that's my biggest claim to fame, is that, like, I'm related to someone who was, like, really close to Gwen Stefani. They probably don't remember them because of the, obviously 25, 30 years, maybe even 40 years for all I know ago. But that's probably the closest claim to fame that I've got, which is kind of funny, but also just kind of sad. But well, at least we ended on a positive note, though, by actually putting a good band up to where they deserve. So, and we got yet another tier list episode done. Surprisingly, just a bunch of remakes of old streams we've done. God, my throat is hurting, and this ended up just being yet another 5-hour stream. Thankfully, it wasn't 6 or 7 hours, so I can actually sleep tonight. Because starting tomorrow, single player September. So, oh my god, I'm so excited about that. But I'm just at least glad that I went through all of these tier lists anyways, even though, yes, this took the longest, which makes sense because, just how big the freaking list is. But just being able to just go back and, fix up my opinions on Battlefield, Call of Duty games, Call of Duty Zombies maps, Cartoon Network, Nickelodeon, as well as our modern bands list, and make a more updated version of that, makes me at least a little bit happy inside, knowing that I was able to, at the very least, just get that all out of the way so that there's, like, no confusion for a lot of these groups, or even, just a lot of this media, because I'm pretty passionate about this stuff, as you can clearly tell. And we're only going to have more of these tier lists coming in the future. And so I would, at the very least, recommend you check these lists out for yourself as well, because these will be posted in the Discord server, which that pretty much leads into my thing. If you want to, you can check out the Discord And while you're at it, make sure to check out some of the other stuff down below by also hitting that follow button and hitting that bell icon so that you'll be notified exactly when I'll be streaming. So you can also hit the subscribe button if you want to, but if you don't have to, but if you can, sorry, I'm getting distracted. But yeah, no, if you don't want, you can also hit the subscribe button. If you can't or don't want to, that's fine. I'm just at least glad that you watched this because, god damn it, these take so goddamn long to do. But, it's just the nature of these different streams. And yeah, I'm doing kind of like a one last sort of thing for you guys to, see exactly what my updated placements are of all of these lists. So that's the zombies one. And then this is the, Nickelodeon we did after that. Yeah, Nickelodeon. There you go. And then Cartoon Network. That's sort of all of our thing right there. Oh my god. It got rid of the whatever. That's garbage. And then last but not least, the 2022 edition of our Modern Bands tier list. Damn. So yeah, go check them out. I hope you at least, check them out for yourself. But yeah, no, in terms of just the rest of the stuff that I wanted to talk about, I mean, yeah, no, like I said, Single Player September starts tomorrow, so be prepared for that if you're interested. We'll be playing through a bunch of single player games, not like we haven't done that, but just personal, close single player games that I like, and just go through them and have a fun time. So yeah, either way, I hope you guys enjoyed and have a good rest of the night, because I don't have anything else to say. I just went through a tier list. I kind of need a rest. So, but yeah, either way, I'll see you guys in the future. Bye.